Welcome. Thank you very much and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this meeting of council for budget deliberations, January 17th. I will ask for a disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor Sloan. So my spouse works for the Municipality of Central Elgin. I've spoken with the Integrity Commissioner, and he's advised me that if I move to divide the general government's salaries from the rest of the budget, and if the council votes in favor of that, then I can participate in the remainder of the budget and sit out only the part that affects him.
Thank you, Councillor Halpin. For review, I don't think we have a vote in the next little while. This is just a general, if I'm right, Ms. Gupta. And how would you like to proceed, Councillor Halpin?
So ideally, when we begin the meeting proper and open the question of the 2023 municipality budget deliberations, I would make a motion for us to just separate that one question from the rest of the question so that we have two smaller questions.
Thank you, Councillor Halpin. Could I ask the clerk or the deputy clerk for council, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if the Integrity Commissioner has provided advice to a member of council, staff would support advancing in that way, although you're not potentially voting on any motion. Still dividing the question would permit contribution to debate on all other aspects.
Thank you. With respect to any voting, and Councillor Halpin, you'd like to proceed how?
Well, as soon as we're finished the housekeeping, I'd like to ask that we divide the question, and as long as the council is willing to do so and staff is able to do so, then everything should be okay.
Thank you, Councillor Halpin. Let's do that at the appropriate time. If we could proceed now with the budget, and I will call upon Ms. Gupta Harit. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So good morning, Mayor, members of council, my colleagues, and dear residents. Thank you for sparing your time this morning and joining us for the 2023 budget meeting here. Today, we are here to present Central Elgin's 2023 draft budget for council's consideration. Today, I'll overview the budget process, current Central Elgin strategic priorities, draft budget proposed tax levy, impact of the levy, and some changes to the budget that have occurred since we posted the budget on November 1st, 2022 on our website. And then as a team, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Next slide, please. So the budget process that is on slide, the Municipal Act 2001 requires municipalities to prepare and adopt a budget, including the estimates of all the sums required during the year of the purposes of the municipality. Municipalities must adopt a balanced budget. The budget outlines municipal priorities and allows the municipality to be aware of, proactive towards future financial commitments, and to be able to strategically, financially plan for the procurements, maintenance, and/or the offerings of various services to its residents. This process has been designed to create the opportunity to maximize procurement efficiencies and avoid financial harms to the municipality. The budget and budget process has been recognized by the Government Financial Officers Association of North America. So Municipality of Central Elgin did receive this award, Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for 2022 for its commitment to transparency and the accountability. And I have to say, I'm very proud to receive that budget from GFOA. The budget structure. The budget structure consists of the operating budget and the capital budget. The operating budget that provides the necessary resources to deliver the programs and services and facilitate services. The capital budget provides for the infrastructure requirements of the municipality. Next slide, please. The budget is aligned with Central Elgin's current strategic priorities that are listed here: strong local economy and sustainable community, conservation and appreciation of natural environment, adequate sustainable and affordable infrastructure, and finally, the good governance. Next slide, please. This draft budget, the proposed one, 2023 tax levy for Central Elgin is estimated at 17.49 million, resulting in a tax rate increase of 2.88%. The current inflation, I want to bring it to your attention, is at 6.9%. The majority of the budget impacts are as a result of reduced provincial funding and inflationary pressures. The tax levy year over year and the inflation rates year over year are available at the end of this slide deck as well, which I'll present. It shows how 6.9% is there. Next slide, please. This particular slide shows you the impact in dollar amounts for each tax category that we have within the municipality. For example, for the residential, the total impact of 2.88% increase would be only $65 a year. So the various tax classes, they are based on the current value assessment, and the source for this information is the online property tax analysis system, which is supported by Ministry of Finance and is the authentic source for such information. So this is the average CVA of a residential or farm or commercial or industrial property within the central area. Next slide, please. Here I would like to pass it on to Mr. Shipway for next few slides, and then I'll resume. Thank you, Mr. Shipway.
Thank you. Following the cancellation of the previous budget meeting, staff were requested to include a few additional topics in the budget presentation, specifically asset management plan background, staffing complement and attrition, and staff assessment of concerns and opportunities. We'd like to just briefly go through those for you. Asset management planning in Ontario has evolved, next slide. Has evolved significantly over the past decade. Before 2009, capital assets were recorded by municipalities as expenditures in the year of acquisition or construction. The long-term issue with that approach was the lack of capital asset inventory, both in municipalities' accounting system and financial statements. As a result of revisions to Section 3150 of the Public Sector Accounting Board Handbook in 2009, municipalities were required to capitalize tangible capital assets, creating an inventory of assets. In 2012 and again in 2015, the province and the federal government put more focus on asset management towards the goal of ensuring municipalities were aware of their capital and tangible assets and were making appropriate investments in the same. The concern for OSIF problems and various granting programs was that municipalities were making applications for want projects, not necessarily need projects. So there's very structured legislation, Ontario Regulation 51817. It establishes a standard format for asset management plans, and it specifically requires they be developed to define current and proposed levels of service, identify the life cycle activities that would be undertaken to achieve these levels of service, and provide a financial strategy to support the levels of service and life cycle activities. The municipality restructured with its significant growth and the focus from the province on this to have an asset management and development services department. And subsequently, in accordance with the regulations, the municipality council has approved the strategic asset management policy, bridges and culverts detailed asset management plan, roads detailed asset management plan, stormwater detailed asset management plan, wastewater detailed asset management plan, and water detailed asset management plan. And those plans dictate the entire infrastructure envelope, the life cycles, and really tries to make a recommendation on the annual amount of investment required to sustain those at the appropriate service level as defined by council. Next slide. In regards to staff complement and attrition, from 2019 to 2023, the municipality has effectively seen 4 net new positions added. Those positions are Director of Digital Transformation. That was added last year. The municipality previously received just under $600,000 from the provincial government in modernization funding. The municipality assessed opportunities to enhance financial systems. However, when it was determined after extensive review that the system the municipality has is one of the leading ones on the market, focus was shift, and we have a term position funded by that grant that assists with enhancing our internal processes. So instead of relying on a piece of technology, try to better the way that we do everything, including putting a digital transformation lens to try to provide municipal services more like the stakeholders would receive services from other service providers. The second is manager of municipal law enforcement. With the significant growth, the building officials who used to do bylaw were unable to continue to do that, and council put this position in place. And lastly, a senior engineering technologist and an asset management analyst to round out the asset management department. The financial statements show that since 2018, the municipalities assumed or acquired $32.5 million worth of assets. On average, the municipality completes $3 million worth of capital works. The rest, 17 million over that time period, is assumed from developers. The AMDS staff work to ensure all infrastructure is built to municipal standard to reduce life cycle costs through assumption of substandard infrastructure. So basically that means we actually assume more infrastructure than we build, and developers are building that infrastructure. So it's important to keep an eye that those are being built to municipal standards, so you don't have a road blowout 5 years after someone built it when it's supposed to be a 25-year asset. Secondly, the municipality doesn't have a great metric for attrition. The pension plan is OMERS, and we can run a report that contemplates retirement eligibility, and that is before council there. However, that's simply a metric for when an employee is technically eligible for retirement. That does not mean an employee will retire there. In fact, employees are working longer and longer, so that's provided for informational purposes. Next slide, sorry. After going through all of this and the various presentation staff have made to council, that, you know, this will be something that's being heard again, but the assessment of concerns would obviously be affordability and sustainability, and we've derived those from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing Financial Information Return. So those stats identify key trends pertaining to affordability and sustainability, specifically in regards to the residential tax rate and discretionary reserves. And then subsequently, staff would provide what is an opportunity to address those. Next slide. So through the financial information return, we can do an assessment to derive where Central Elgin ranks in Ontario in regards to own purpose revenue per capita, with 1 being the lowest and 433 being the highest. So you can see Central Elgin's below the midpoint provincially, and just above the midpoint in Central Elgin. Next slide. Again, total expense per capita, Central Elgin again is in a similar position. Next slide. Total salaries as percentage of total expense, you can see we're a bit below the midpoint provincially, and again below the midpoint in Central Elgin. Next slide. This is obviously the one that we would hear from our stakeholders, but objectively, when you look at the residential tax rate in Ontario, Central Elgin has one of the higher residential tax rates, and the 5th highest in Elgin County. So that means that expenses that the municipality does have are borne by the residential tax base. And you can see this in another form here, that Central Elgin disproportionately relies on the residential tax base versus other municipalities within Elgin County. Next slide. And again, that the industrial assessment is significantly below others within Elgin County. So looking at that, there appears to be an opportunity to attempt to diversify the tax base. Next slide. Lastly, we receive a financial indicator review every year from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, and it provides details on sustainability indicators derived from the financial information return. A key indicator is total reserves and discretionary reserves as a percentage of municipal expenses. In 2016, Central Elgin indicator was 65.5%, while the comparator median was 58.4%. You can see now in 2021, Central Elgin's down to 30.1%, while the comparator median is up to 91.8%. That means comparators have increased reserves, while Central Elgin has significantly reduced reserve holdings. So it puts downward pressure on those reserves, and just wanted to point that out. If you look back at some of the things that are in place now, like utilizing significant debt load to fund capital projects, that was because there wasn't reserves at the time. So it's something to be cognizant of as council moves forward in making decisions, that when there's not reserves and something comes up unplanned, that's when debt is required, and you get put in those situations where it's on your table for an extended period of time. Next slide. So again, I think staff assessment of opportunities purely from that objective perspective is to attempt to diversify the tax base, specifically with industrial and commercial properties. Further diversification to higher density forms of residential will also provide benefit, but the big one is having an industrial tax base, as those carry more of a financial burden than the residential base. Otherwise, inflationary expenses and other provincial revenue cuts will continue to be borne by the residential tax base. When the province completes its reassessment, which has been put off due to the pandemic, this will further exacerbate, as older homes have not been sold or subject to the assessment shift. So a new home sold during the time of higher home prices would have a higher assessment, but a home that was held on to by someone who's been in their home for 20 years wouldn't have had that change because it didn't have a market trigger to change it. In theory, when the province does its reassessment, that home could suddenly have a higher assessment value now because of just market trends. So now that person or that stakeholder will have a higher financial burden as well. And again, the reserve component will be something that is important for consideration for flexibility and sustainability. And that would be the staff commentary on that. And I would turn it back over to Archana.
Thank you, Mr. Shipper. So this slide, following the posting of the budget in November of 2022, a few items have come to our knowledge and finally materialized as well. So for example, the reduction of Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, OMPF grant, that has been reduced by 104,000 by the province. So in 2022, we received 694,000. And for 2023, the grant is 589,900. Similarly, the Catfish Creek increased its levy to $114,601. This is increased by $9,284 over 2022, and we had budgeted little higher, but that still is by 8,000 higher than the budgeted amount. The next one is reduction of insurance by $6,247. Since we already have the costing for the general insurance and volunteer fire insurance services, and we are making the assumption that the cyber code will stay within the estimated amount that is within 51,000 that we have estimated now. Removal of Central Elgin planning office position at St. Thomas, that also resulted in a reduction of approximately $11,000 for Central Elgin's development services budget. Finally, the removal of the fire prevention and training coordinator role from the budget for about $94,000 has also impacted, and that brings us to net zero to balance the budget. Next slide, please. So if council would like to implement those changes and make those amendments to, then the resolution would something look like this, and we can proceed with this later. But what I want to make sure is that these are the reductions that I shared with you right now. It will have to amend, be as part of the resolution to amend the budget. Next slide, please. So there has been some changes to the capital budget as well. The province of Ontario has unexpectedly reduced the annual Ontario Community Infrastructure funding as well. And now there is a shortfall of $219,600. So there are options to address this shortfall. That includes increase the tax levy, make levy cuts, or the operating budget alterations elsewhere, or reallocate to the capital budget. Use funds from reserves, or do nothing and reduce the road resurface program for 2023. Now, if it is the will of the council, we can now review department by department budgets or we can answer any questions you may have, and our team is here to help you with anything that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gupta-Harit. May I ask for councils if they would like any questions? Sorry, Councillor Halpin, did you have a question? Oh, sorry. No, I'm just offering if anyone had any questions. Ms. Gupta-Harit just said, does anyone have any questions, or move to the next stage? Any questions? If not, we will continue. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Councillor Connors.
So interesting watching this, Paul, or through Mayor to Paul. What is the average unplanned expenses per year? Like, what do you see trending? Every year you must have an unplanned expense or some unplanned expenses. What are they average roughly?
Mr. Shipway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not really sure in regards to unplanned expenses, staff. So the budget is produced for council consideration based on last year's budget performing the same services, recommendations from the asset management plan for those services, and then any other components that happen throughout the year or general best practices for council consideration. In regards to unplanned expenses, if something came up, the process for that would be if it's not within the budget or within a line item within the budget, staff would come back to council and seek direction on how to deal with that and seek an appropriation of funding for that. So it's not something we plan for an unplanned expense. We hope to encapsulate everything within here. And then if there is unplanned expenses, it would come back to council for consideration and appropriation.
Through you, Mayor. I understand that part of it, but is there a trending? Is there something that you have that we've been trending for the last 10 years? Is there any information regarding that? In other words, we put together a budget, we approve it, but then unplanned expenses present themselves. So is there any data you have regarding that?
Mr. Shipway.
No, through Mr. Mayor, no, I would say the largest unplanned expense would be grant applications or application-based grant funding, which would be done through in-year council appropriation, but those aren't necessarily unplanned because they're within council planning documents that staff make application for. So we don't have a set dollar value to say, you know, we have X amount unplanned each year.
Through you, Mayor, last question. There was a chart up there about taxes per capita. We in Central Elgin fell 5 out of 7. So just out of curiosity, who is higher than us? And you don't have to be specific on every one, but name a couple that are higher than us.
Mr. Shipway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it's Almer and it's one of the West municipalities. I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's within Central Elgin. We rank 5th and one of them is Almer.
Quick question on that. When you say we rank 5th, our residential, I believe, is 1.59. Is that, how does that you're saying that the 1.59 rate on residential ranks 5th in Elgin County?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the residential tax rate established by Central Elgin, so the lower tier rate is 5th amongst Elgin County municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Shipway. Councillor Connors, you're good. We'll proceed, please. Thank you, Ms. Reid. Continue with the presentation as planned. Is that what you're looking for?
Mr. Mayor, presentation is almost over.
Okay.
I'm asking if, what's the will of the council? Would you like to directly ask the questions, whatever you may have?
Okay.
Or would you like us to present department by department?
Thank you very much. I didn't have this presentation, so I wasn't sure
No,
what
sorry,
specifics
can
we
you-
are in
that's
it.
why I was
No,
putting
no,
the last
I wasn't
slide
sure.
on. Thank you.
So do you want to tell me a little bit about how, so this presentation is it finished? Is it, I don't
Yes,
know.
So, yeah.
Okay. And when we are, excuse me, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Noble.
Pardon me. I like the idea of going department by department, and we can kind of go through the budget and then get an idea of what each department is proposing for their budget for the year, if that's the will of council, maybe.
Consideration. Counselor Halpin.
Through you, Mayor Sloan, if we're going to go department by department and there's the possibility that that's going to lead to any debate and conversation, may I make my motion to divide the question now so that I will be at liberty to do that?
Counselor Halpin, I don't think we'll be voting. I think we'll be discussing. Is that still the case?
Right, but if there's pecuniary interest, then I'm not supposed to be involved in the conversation.
Okay, so I'm not a constitutional expert, and I will ask staff to tell me or to recommend what should be done now with respect to Counselor Halpin's request. Thank you.
Mayor Sloan, I do have a draft motion.
If you could read the motion, please. Thank you.
The motion reads, Mayor Sloan, that council move to divide and separate general government salaries from the 2023 budget deliberations.
Can I get a mover? Council, Deputy Mayor Noble. Counselor Connors. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Counselor, Deputy Mayor Noble.
Just for clarification, does staff need time to separate that, or we can just roll with that?
Mr. Shipway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, now it's done procedurally, and Councillor Halpin has advice on how to proceed, so we're prepared to move ahead right now.
Thank you, Mr. Shipway. Okay, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would refer to the document, the budget document. I'm assuming everybody has it. So
Yes, thank you.
please. So I'll bring your attention to the first one where the budget revenue, net revenues and expenditures are, which are on page 18 of the document. So I'll walk through line by line. For example, the council, there has been increase decrease of about for the 2022 budget, we had 204,000. And this time it's budgeted for 222,000. And there is an increase for the budget for 18,213. This is basically because of the legal, other travel and communication and consulting, etc. Until last year, we were mostly impacted by COVID, so there were very little travel and those kind of things that happened. So we have estimated a little bit higher this year. Similarly for taxation, from 16.8 million to 17.49 million. That is a change of about $677,673. For the general government, there is an increase of about 299,000 because of the OMPF reduction. Then also some staff cost and election reserve funding that we will have to start putting towards. The next one item is the Conservation Authority. Sorry, there is a change of about 12,411 because of the levies. Medical Center, the cost has gone little down by $319. Belmont Library, it stays the same. This has actually, we used to have it as a separate line item. Now it has moved under council budget. JAAC, this is also one of the line items we have for the budget, and it has decreased by $583. Next item is cemeteries, 23,151. So it's very little increase there, just inflationary. Fire department, there is an increase of about 219,460. It was because of the position, the insurance and all those kind of things. However, based on the recommendations that we have provided, it may change a little. Police services, the change is the amounts have gone down, and these are estimated based on the OPP invoices we get and the recommendations we get. Emergency services, no change there. Bylaw enforcement, there is a increase of about $8,964. This is a vehicle rental for the staff for the bylaw and for the bylaw enforcement. Animal controls, there is a change of about 10,575. This is the shelter expenses. They have gone up. Building services, no changes. Parking, no changes. Development services, there is a change of about 33,000, and this is because of the we have municipal has two BAs there where we have to pay some consultation fees there. Asset management, staffing cost has increased, and there is an increase of about 20,950. Public works, it has gone up by 99,315, mostly staffing. And it is, I want to bring to your attention, this is mostly the unionized staff, QP costs that have gone by, and insurance and those kind of things. Beach, sorry, parks, I think I missed something here. Waste management, there is a reduction of 281,518 because of the changes that we have moved around few things and started new programs, which has helped us reduce some costs as well. Parks, the increase is because of the staffing again, insurance and salaries for the staff. It is increased by $145,074. For beaches, again, insurance, beach salaries, QP staff, are 57,407. Again, the increases. Street lighting, little bit change, inflationary for 2,266. Belmont Arena from 332,000 to 367,000. Again, insurance, staffing costs, services, etc. Port Stanley Arena, similar situation, 38,919 increase over 2022 budget. Municipal drains, staffing allocation again, this is changed from 46,000 in 2022 to 54,331 with a difference of $7,517. County roads, so there is no reserve left. I want to mention it here, and costs have gone really high, and from $96,000 to $244,000, and there is a net increase of $148,000 in the county roads. Lift bridge, we had 96,234 budgeted there, but now we have it as a difference for this year. For 2023, we haven't budgeted anything for that. Harbor, no changes. Capital projects, there is a from 3.3 million to 3.1 million, and there is a decrease of $164,000 in the budget for the difference. So these are just the changes, and then we can walk department by department in more detail. And I think Mr. Shipway wants to add something to this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shipway.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Just from an HR perspective, I think it's important to communicate a couple of things. So outside staff are covered under the QP collective agreement. The most recent agreement was done in 2020. As part of those collective agreement negotiations, the municipality committed to job evaluation for the unionized position. Job evaluation was not completed till last year. So it was not within last year's budget. It is within this year's budget. And job evaluation resulted in the reclassification of a number of those jobs. So that is included within this budget and is subject to the collective agreement. Likewise, the non-unionized staff are governed by the human resources policy, which mirrors a number of the components of the collective agreement. Excuse me. In regards to the fire trainer position, some background on that is that in 2020, council approved a change to that department to move from a fire trainer position to a deputy chief position. Subsequently, in early 2021, there was structural changes to the fire department in the chief position, and Mr. Ormerod joined the municipality, wanted to give time for the new chief to assess if a deputy chief would be required, fire trainer would be required, what would be required at all. After a year and a bit of assessment, it was placed back in this budget as a fire trainer position. However, following the significant reduction of OMPF and discussion with the chief, it was put forward that with our goal to try to keep the levy under 3%, that we would, as staff say, you know, let's pull that out for one more year. The chiefs instituted a fairly neat system of relying on the volunteer firefighters to assist with that and training them up that way. So that's where that comes from. And that's the high level staffing overview I think we'd provide. If you look back to 2020 and 2019 budgets, the municipality used to present salaries just as a bulk item under each department, and it didn't give a true idea of how much allocation was there and then the various other components of the salary. So what we've really tried to do and what we're continuing to refine is the allocation of specific amounts to each department. So there is movement within the departments as those services get better defined.
Thank you, Mr. Shipway. Sorry, Councillor Connor, and then I have a question.
Through you, Mayor, Mr. Shipway, is there any way that we can go sequential on the sheet? So it's be much easier to follow if we talked about item after item rather than moving around the page.
Mr. Shipway, I'm going to concur with that. In fact, I would like a little more. Thank you, Councillor Connors. I have essentially the same concern.
To you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. We can start right on council and just go sequentially through each department and talk about it. Ms. Gupta was just providing a high level overview of magnitude of change, and then we wanted to provide some HR background, but however council would like to go through, we're happy to go through that and answer questions.
Thank you. Councillor Connors, follow up? No? Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Shipway, is there anything, like as we kind of start this meeting, is there any insight that you want to give before we dive right into all these numbers that you feel is pertinent, or anything you want to share right off the bat?
Mr. Shipway.
I think I'd just provide some like high level commentary on the budget, if that's okay, and then speak to how we can proceed through, if that's okay. So
I'm just going to ask if you'll hold for one quick sec before, as we've gotten through here. I just have an initial question. So if we look at the variances here in operating revenue, so we've got 2022. It looks to me like there's variances in revenue, and particularly variances expenditures. We've got $12 million versus 21. I'm not quite sure I understand where that's located or how that's being, if you could comment on that, please. Microphone, please.
Sorry.
One thing I would like to mention is that all the actuals that you see are as of September 30th, 2022. So there is a last quarter that is missing off there. So the variance will be little off. And if council would like, we can present the final because we are about to close the year as well in a couple of weeks or so. We can provide the final as well after we close the year.
Thank you. So the actuals that are listed are as of September 30th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's why there's $9 million in surplus in favor of Central Elgin?
Kind of.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Shipway, proceed.
Okay. So again, the budget is presented this way. Previously, I think there was concern about the manner in which the budget was presented to provide appropriate time to review. We on average have about 60 views of any of our council meetings. We've been tracking engagement on the various budget notices and we're up over 1,400 now. And that's without being able to have any metrics for the notices which go in the CE Buzz and the newspapers. So it's presented this way to try to give the greatest opportunity and longest period of time for all stakeholders to review and ask questions. In regards to how it's presented and any general commentary, it's generally been the goal to keep any increase arbitrarily under 3% was previous direction. So that's what we've done at 2.88, and it's a representation of previous year's services, council resolutions within the year, and then capital based on asset management. As we go through, I think at a staff level, we're prepared to provide commentary on service level, basically financial mechanisms that would change maybe the level of risk within the budget. So the budget's prepared with a moderate risk as our reserves start to go down. There's, for example, revenue lines or financial treatments that you could change would be a higher risk. It would potentially reduce the overall levy, like the tax levy impact. However, there'd be trade-offs as those are backstopped by reserves, or if you don't hit the number, you just have a revenue where it didn't hit the number. So if council would like, as we get to each one of those departments, we're happy to highlight what those are for your consideration. And we can go through chronologically as requested.
Thank you, Mr. Shipway. Do you have a statement of assumptions for this budget?
No, everything is within here, and then following the budget, we have a list of things that you could change revenues to have a higher level of risk.
Thank you. So for future, if we don't have future assumptions, how are we like with respect to expenditures? Ms. Gupta Harit, is there not something part of the budget that we would have some assumptions on how we're making our budget going forward?
Sorry, the assumptions are basically are the inflationary rate that we assumed capped at 3% kind of thing, and also the salaries and all those stuff based on inflation, but that is not the 6.9%. We have capped it to 3%. So those are the kind of assumptions we have made. And for the projects, and for example, for the capital projects, they are based on the assumptions that we got the rates last year when we were doing the projects. And we haven't added any inflation or such things on that, but they are based on the actuals we had through the budget projects that we were doing. Based on that, we have made the estimates. And there are details behind each capital sheet. We have a lot of details that we can present when required. So they're not like just one-liners. We did some work. We have gotten some like basic calculations behind it, and that's where we got the information.
Thank you. Continue, please.
Through Mr. Mayor, we'll start with council. So council contains obviously council salaries, travel and convention, and then the council committees are under here as those are designed and confirmed by council. And again, this budget sees a net levy change of $18,213, largely pertaining to legal, travel and conventions, consulting, and the community policing committee.
Continue, please, Mr. Shipway. Are you going to take us through, Mr. Shipway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the plan would go to speak about what each budget is, the high level magnitude of change, and then if there's any specific questions on it, then we can advance the next one. I think that would be our general intent.
Please, and if any of the councillors have questions as we proceed, without, we'll just continue. Thank you.
Okay, so is there no questions on council?
Seeing none.
I'll jump to corporate services. So again, corporate services is finance and the CAO and clerks department, and then it's a catch-all for the majority of support services. It also contains the Belmont Library. So I'll go to page 28 with the Belmont Library. Belmont Library is owned by the municipality, but funded by Elgin County through an agreement. So through lease payments, they cover the costs of the library. There is not a change except for the Heritage Committee was moved from library because it didn't really fall under there to council committee. So that's why the net budget has a change there. However, that still is a zero levy department, as the lease revenues cover the operations of that facility. The municipality did an upgrade to the elevator a few years ago and has $10,000 a year no interest loan from the county for this, and that's paid with development charges each year, and that's reflected within the same. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bachman.
What's the length of the term?
If you, Mr. Mayor, there's 5 years left on it, so it was 10 years total.
Thank you.
You okay if I just keep going?
Yes.
Cemeteries is largely managed through the St. Thomas Cemetery, and that's the contracted services. So the municipality has a member that sits on the St. Thomas Cemetery board. They handle the annual reporting to the Bereavement Authority of Ontario. And then also we have a bit of staff time for the couple cemeteries they don't cover. But this is a fairly beneficial relationship with the St. Thomas Cemetery Co., where they handle this portfolio for us.
Thank you.
Next is conservation authorities. Again, Kettle Creek and Catfish Creek, they provide the levies to the municipality, and then we incorporate them into the budget. Our members sit on each of those committees and help shape those budgets, but they provide the services as dictated by the Conservation Authorities Act.
Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Shipway, can you just explain the increase in those? Is that just an inflationary increase, or do you know what the reason for those increases?
Do you, Mr.
Please.
Mayor?
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a meeting with Kettle Creek tomorrow, and we're going over that stuff, but I know they have had significant cuts to their budget.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
And so do we know a timeline on when we'll receive those details?
Mr. Shipway.
It's subject to when they provide notice, and I think Deputy Mayor hit the nail on the head. Their revenue structure from the province has changed significantly, so they have to rely on their contributing municipalities more.
Councillor Connors.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the column, when we're looking at actuals for the Conservation Authority, is 187,473. Now that's a representation of 3/4 of the year. So we're looking at an additional 45,000 by the math. We're looking at a roughly additional $45,000. Yet we're only budgeting 194 for 2023. Can you explain that for me, please?
Certainly. Through you-
Mr. Shipway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not all expenses align perfectly with cycles, so we actually have fully accounted for the entire year within that, so the municipality gets one bill at the beginning of the year and then it's paid quarterly, so that's all reflected in there. That's 187,473 is the total levy for 2022. There'll be some where, you know, we may have incurred a full year of expenses just because the nature of when those expenses have occurred. And there'll be some where even though we're up to September, we haven't received possibly even 6 months of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Shipway. To follow up, Mr. Connor, so we don't know for the 2022 actuals, whether it's from September or the full year, correct?
It's September 30th from our financial system. However, it's not like every single invoice would be to September 30th within all those various lines.
So on some, we've accounted for the fact that it's to September 30th. Others will continue to require us to expend money from the 1st of October through the end of the year.
Yes, if we have not received the full accounting billing from the service providers, there'd be more. Yes.
Thank you. And we can continue, Mr. Shipway, please.
Okay, next is general government, and this department has a change of just under $300,000. And again, following the various changes that has to do with reduction in OMPF revenues of 104,000, insurance, staff cost, election reserve transfer. So two things are recorded in the overall expense here. There's the director of digital transformation position, which was added last year. It's funded from reserve, so that's recorded in revenue. AMDS and building services used to house the coordinator position. However, some digital enhancements in that department, we've repositioned that into a legislative coordinator position. So that's slid over into this department and is contributory to it. We're happy to answer any questions you may have on general government.
So it's not going from 2,065,000 to 2,469,000 from 22 to 23. I'm looking at the budget. I'm looking for expenditures. General government, 2,065,000 to 2,469,000. You mentioned something about 300,000.
So yeah, sorry, whenever we're speaking about the year-over-year change, we're looking at the net budget impact because revenues can change based on our projections for development charges. So we're looking at that 717 to 1.017 million.
And the 1,655, that's up to September 30th of 2022, correct?
Total expenditures, yes.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, general government ties into taxation. As you can see in there, there's the various in the revenues lines, the reserve or the taxes from prior years, and we've modified those because the municipalities put in the tax sale process. Under taxation, something the council could consider a change to would be to increase projected supplemental taxation revenue. So I'm just going to jump back to that now. It's on page 20 under taxation revenues. So if you look at the line that says supplementals, it's the bottom line right before municipal payments in lieu. You can see that across the board, the municipality has budgeted 300,000. It's been our typical placeholder. In 2021 and 2022, we've exceeded those targets, 416 and 351. You could theoretically increase the supplemental budget amount to 350,000 to better align with historic. The downside is if housing starts and development slow as projected in the Ontario Fall Economic Statement, the revenue line wouldn't achieve the budget amount, leaving a deficit. But if council had a higher appetite for risk, that is something you could consider.
Thank you. We can discuss that at perhaps at another time. If we could continue on, please, Mr. Shipway, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly. The Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee is a legislative committee that the municipality shares with the county. And there's been a slight reduction within the net expenditure on that. Okay. The medical center budget is the last component within corporate services. And there is again a slight reduction in overall net levy of $319 on this.
Councillor Graham, please.
Sorry, just back to the non-unionized salaries, Mr. Shipway. I'm not sure if I missed that, but the difference of the 400,000 or 300,000. Can you just explain that to me from the 2022 to 2023 budget, please?
Are we referencing general government right now?
Yes.
Certainly. So three components of that. One, the compensation is indexed in accordance with the HR bylaw. Two, and these are the two big changes, the municipality has a director of digital transformation position. So that's a new position that's funded from the modernization grant, and that's reflected in the revenues as well. And then the second component is a coordinator position was transferred that was split previously between building services and AMD, Asset Management and Development Services, AMDS, and is now fully within general government.
Can I ask what when you're considering someone's salary or municipal employee salary, what the multiple is with respect to salary versus total remuneration?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Okay, so if we pay someone $75,000, they have OMERS benefit, they have OMERS, they have benefits, usually in the private sector, and I think in government as well, there would be a multiple for what it would cost on a new hire. So if we hire someone for $50,000 and it's 1.4, we can figure out the math.
40%. It's around 40% of total benefits, pension, including and the medical and all those benefits that we add. But I can get you.
Thank you.
Through council, that concludes corporate services. The next would be AMDS. That's Mr. Perrin's department. Mr. Perrin, do you want to go through these? Thanks, sir.
So through you, Mayor Sloan, the Asset Management Development Services is responsible for the long-term financial planning for the municipality's assets. As Mr. Shipway spoke previously, Regulation 588-17 requires municipalities to have a financial plan in place to, first of all, know exactly what you own. Secondly, evaluate the condition of it, and then have a financial plan in place to be able to replace that. I guess a good example of why a municipality would do that is that as a municipality, you're responsible for hundreds of millions of dollars of assets that the public comes to rely on, and that a financial plan has to be in place in order to ensure that those assets are sustainable. Maybe I can maybe speak to that a little bit, and the proof is in the pudding with respect to our water system. You know, the municipality is, and we're aware that, you know, the perception is that we have a very high water rate, and that water rate is driven predominantly based on previous capital investment over the last 10 to, well, actually 15 years by replacing a number of the water mains within the municipality. And the reason for that was that there wasn't the investment in the water system previously. So you virtually had a system that was reached the end of its useful life, beyond its useful life, and a considerable investment was had to be made in that system. So that's the crux of why the province is saying to municipalities, you need to understand what you own and have a plan in place to replace those assets. And the other part of that is when you have those things in place, those financial plans, and know what's coming at you, we'll say down the road, that when there's government funding that's available, we're in a better position to be able to submit applications for funding of those projects because we know what we have. So that's the first component of the department. With respect to pressures coming forward in 2023, 2024, we've undertaken, we'll call the big five, the main ones that were identified in Regulation 588. So that's roads, bridges and culverts, stormwater, water, potable water, as well as wastewater, sanitary sewer. The next component that's identified in 588 by June of 2024, all the rest of the municipality's assets have to have asset management plans completed on them. So we're looking at land improvement, so parks, facilities like arenas and community centers and fire halls, library buildings, street lighting, sidewalks, all those other assets, fleet. So those are the next, we'll say, wave of asset management plans that this council will have to review and consider. So that deals with the asset management side. On the building side, we're seeing that the number of new housing starts has declined. And if you refer to the council budget, proposed budget document, value is dropping of the construction value that of the new units that are being built, and the number of units, new houses or housing units that are being built are dropping below what was experienced in 2021. However, we're still above what we've seen in 2019. So there's still, we'll say, a positive influence on the number of units being built since 2019, as well as the construction value. So with that, there's still pressure on the building department, to turn around building permits in a timely manner. So under regulation, where a municipality is obligated to issue a building permit within 2 weeks of receiving a complete building permit application, and then the required inspections that have to be done in order to ensure that those buildings that are constructed meet the Ontario Building Code. With that, the revenue that's received by a municipality for building permits is supposed to be self-sustainable for the building department. So theoretically, you're not supposed to, a municipality is not supposed to make profit off of building permit activity. If there is we'll say a profit from your annual operating expenses, that goes into a reserve, and then you can utilize that reserve in the future to fund certain expenses going forward. And that's how the municipality operates to that point, every 5 years, typically the municipality undertakes a building permit and fee review by an outside consultant that looks at our costs as well as what the value of permits are coming in, and then recommends a fee structure for new building permits. And typically that is done with some consultation with stakeholders, council, builders, developers, those types of things, those types of individuals as well. So on the building side, we still see activity there, not as much as we'll say in 2021, but it's still beyond what we experienced 2019 and previously, as you can see from the tables that are in pages 40 to 43 of the budget document. It also includes animal control, so that includes our contract with the City of St. Thomas, who provide animal control services. So typically the way that process works is that they provide the shelter services to the municipality. And if an animal needs to be, or is running at large, or it needs to be picked up, they will actually attend, and providing the animal is confined, they will pick up that animal and transport it to the shelter. Also, there is the previous council actually elected to provide a level of service whereby if a resident had a concern with a sick animal that's a raccoon or a skunk, then there's a private contractor in Port Stanley that would attend the site, pick up that animal and transport it to a veterinary to have the animal euthanized. Previously, the municipality through council direction agreed to pay for that euthanization. The contractor does the actual pickup at no cost to the municipality. So you'll see that in the animal control budget as well. And then additionally and I'll go through these line by line, but just to give you an overview as well, the municipality through the Asset Management Development Services Department looks after bylaw enforcement, which is the enforcement of the municipality's regulatory bylaws. So that includes noise bylaw, for example, zoning bylaw, the traffic bylaw, which deals with parking, and that is covered through the Asset Management Development Services Department as well. With respect to bylaw enforcement, the policy at this point is the municipality does not undertake proactive enforcement unless it's a matter of public safety. And when I say active enforcement, I'm referring to everything other than, we'll say, parking. Parking is done actively. But with respect to a zoning or property standards or lot maintenance, that is on a complaint basis unless it's a matter of public safety. So with respect to the operation, I happy to answer any questions up to that point. And then if you wish, I can go through on a line by line basis and kind of give the overview.
Thanks very much. Very helpful, Mr. Perrin. A quick question, and this is for when you talked very specifically about the development charges, and there was media reports at one point about the water, and I believe it was keeping it during the COVID at a certain level, and we were taking future. There was something to do with $1.2 million in future development charges that we were going to use for water. Am I just getting my wires crossed, or is that the case?
Not totally sure. I think there might be a little bit of confusion there. I believe with COVID, the previous counselor, and my colleagues can hop in here if I get off track, but the previous counselor elected not to impose penalty on water delinquent accounts, we'll say, or past due accounts. Development charges are very specific of where a municipality can expend those funds. They're first of all, a municipality would have to undertake a background study and identify all the growth related capital projects that is required to facilitate growth. That background study was done in sorry, I'm going off of memory here, but I believe 2018 with an updated DC bylaw. And then the municipality would then, through a passing of a development charges bylaw, invoke those development charges for the growth related capital components that a municipality would undertake. And with any new building permit, that's when those development charges would be collected. Those development charges can go to fund the projects that are identified in the background study. And sometimes that project could be, or those funds could be reserved for a future project that you're going to build 5-10 years down the road. So you know you need to build it. So you start collecting development charges now to help fund that. Or a municipality could front end a project. So you pay for it right up front. And an example of that would be the Port Stanley wastewater treatment plant or the Belmont wastewater treatment plant. A project is identified. There's a need to build that facility ahead of time. Not all of the project would go to servicing new growth. For example, a wastewater treatment plant, you're going to take, and you're not just expanding it, you're building a whole new plant. So let's say the capacity doubles from what you normally have now to service existing growth. So half of that capital cost would be paid for through utility rates. from existing customers. The other half would be paid through and recovered through development charges for new growth. So with respect to that, it's not, development charges aren't just arbitrarily determined, and they're not just arbitrarily, put towards a project. There has to be a background study. That's a public process where, it's identify what the projects are, and the public is able to speak to those projects or the stakeholders.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bachman.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Getting back to your water rates comments, Lloyd, and I'm just kind of pre-seeing some of the information for myself. Basically, our water rates are higher because we upfronted a lot of the infrastructure. We had to replace it because it was end of life or aging. And the reason our water rates are higher is because of that investment in the infrastructure years ago. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's essentially correct. So when Walkerton happened,
That's what I was getting to, yeah.
yeah. So when Walkerton happened, the regulatory regime on water in Ontario changed substantially. Ontario is I would say it's safe to say the most heavily regulated water regime in the world because of Walkerton. It's the only Ontario is the only or government agency where people that are in a position of decision-making power have personal liability. So, council, managers, right down to our operators, and I'm based on history, I'm kind of speaking here, and not to step on Mr. Brooks's toes, but he can hit me if I do. But the reality is there's personal liability, and there's an obligation for a municipality to maintain your system, operate the system in conformance with the Safe Drinking Water Act, as well as look at and have a quality management system in place to ensure that you have policies of how you're going to deal with things and that you're following those policies. So, we're audited internally and externally on our water system. And to your point, you're right. There was as a result of Walkerton, there was the council of the day and subsequent councils determined that there was a need to actually invest in the system. So those investments were debt financed because there was no money in reserves. In actuality, with some parts of the municipality, the municipality was not collecting any money for the system. So historically, the area around St. Thomas in the suburban area in former Yarmouth Township, previous to amalgamation, took the position that they didn't want to be responsible for water. They own the mains. They didn't want to have to bill for it. They didn't have to want to operate it. They didn't want to have to deal with replacement. So prior to amalgamation, St. Thomas PUC, there was a contract between Yarmouth and St. Thomas PUC to operate the water system in and around the suburban area of St. Thomas. Those customers, so if you lived in Lyndhurst or Eastwood, paid twice the water rate as the city of St. Thomas customers. But the kicker for that was Yarmouth Township was responsible for replacing the mains at their cost when it came time to replace those mains. So they weren't getting any revenue. No reserves. The St. Thomas PUC, through negotiations with Yarmouth, actually renegotiated that contract and said, we'll pay the same amount. But at the end of the day, the customers paid the same amount as the St. Thomas customers. But again, there was no money going in the bank. So fast forward from, late 70s, 80s, late 90s into early 2000. Now you have a water system that was put in the late 40s and 50s, cast iron mains, and this gets spoken to in the asset management plans. With cast iron, typically won't last much more than 50 years, especially with a chlorinated water system. So now you have water mains that are not 6-inch diameter, they are virtually in shaft 2 inches. And they are fully encrusted with rust. So there's water quality issues, pressure issues, issues with reliability of the system because of numerous breaks. So the decision was made to go in and replace those mains. So in early 2000, all of Lyndhurst was done 2004, I believe. So Woodland, Crescent, Hillcrest, St. George Street, Parkins, Davis, that was all done. Well, it's time to pay the piper. There's no money in the bank. Okay, no reserves. So the council of the day said, based on a water needs and rate study, they said we can do this if we take out debt. And we'll pay for that replacement on the long term. That decision was made. Conversely, fast forward to 2010, 2015, there was issues in Eastwood subdivision with respect to sanitary sewage and failed septic systems. You know, with the nature of the development over time and the nature of the soils, there was a number of septic systems that had failed. The municipality identified that as a concern, as well as the health unit. And the decision was made to take and install sanitary sewers in Eastwood subdivision because they were on septic systems. As a municipality, the last thing you want to do is to go in and put services in, and then 5 or 10 years down the road, you have to dig up that same road to replace another service. So at that point in time, the decision was made by council is that if we're going to go in and put sanitary sewers in, we're going to replace the existing water mains that are there that are already 45 to 50 years old. They're reaching the end of their useful life. You might be able to get 5 years out of them, 10 years, but no more than that. So then those water mains were replaced. Again, no money in the bank. So the way you deal with that is to debt finance it. And from a long-term financial planning, yes, it's a hit right at the start, but long-term, you're not digging up other assets to replace a water main. So financially, it makes more sense. That was determined at the time. Belmont was no different. You know, there virtually every stick of water main in Belmont needed to be replaced. That decision was made by council, you know, again, through the guidance of the water needs and rate analysis that was done that was updated regularly every 5 to 7 years. And these projects came forward and those projects were debt financed. On top of that, with respect to water in Belmont, the Belmont Pump House, which is, you know, 2 wells that supply the potable water to Belmont. Everything else is connected to the Elgin primary system in one way or another. But that pump house needed to be retrofitted and upgraded. An EA was done in order to determine what the best supply route was. It was more cost effective to actually upgrade the Belmont pump house, upgrade the wells. There's lots of capacity there to handle growth well into the future, and it's good water quality. And then there was a need to provide storage for not only fire flow, but also peak day demands. So that's when the decision was made to build the water tower. All of those projects were debt financed. So as you see those projects build up and that financing is put in place, it causes the rates to go up. However, when you look at the long-term debt, it starts to fall off in 2025. So, you know, debt's being paid off like your mortgage. Okay. So I don't know if that helps.
No, that was very detailed, actually, Mr. Parent. I guess what another point I just want to make without prolonging the meeting much more is the fact that other municipalities are going to have to make that investment into their infrastructure shortly. So that scale that we're on about Belmont being, or not Belmont, sorry, Central Elgin being 7 out of 9 or whatever, that scale will change as other municipalities start to invest in what we've already done already. Am I safe in assuming that?
That would be a very fair comment.
Okay.
That we're actually ahead of the mark as far as the investment in the system. And when I believe in the council orientation session, Mr. Shipway also spoke to another indicator with respect to the amount of consumed assets. So really essentially what that indicator is where your asset pool is with respect to condition and consumption of it. And we're relatively, in the middle of the pack, where when you look at other municipalities, when you look at their percentage of consumed assets, they're near the top. Their assets are reaching the end of their useful life. So now they've got that decision to make is, okay, well, are you gonna take and invest in those assets and bring them back? Or are you gonna get rid of those assets? Or, and some of those assets, a municipality may not have any choice but to invest in them, because it's not like, for example, it's not a building you can sell and get rid of, right? Some of these assets are buried under the ground. You're not going to sell a water system. You have to invest in it, you have to operate it, and the public depends on it.
Okay, just to summarize then, for the safety of our citizens in Central Elgin, because of the Walkerton disaster, we made the initial investment to better our water system and our sewage treatment. And by 2025, we're going to start to see a reduction in the payment plan. Is that in the overall payment? And therefore our scale will change in relationship to the others. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that will be a council decision, how you want to deal with that. As debt falls off, that line item in the budget for debt repayment, for example, can be reduced. Council may wish to, though, look at that, and it'll be a council decision of the day, whether or not you want to flatline that out and the water rate stays the same. And then that money gets transferred into reserves so that when an Eastwood or a Lyndhurst comes forward in generations, that there's money in the bank or a portion of it can be funded. Because it's the same old story that, that every one of us got taught when we were young. If you put $1 in the account today, it doesn't take long that dollar's $1.25 when you need it because of interest and investment. However, if you don't want to invest that dollar is going to cost you $1.25. So it's a philosophical question that the council of the day will have to answer. Based on Regulation 588 and the Safe Drinking Water Act, I can tell you the province is actually encouraging the reserve to be built so that in the future that the money is sitting there, that with less impact to customers and residents.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ratepayer has, to your point, Mr. Perrin, you have one side of the street and St. Thomas paying half the price of the other. So obviously it's the same safe water, one pays more than the other. If I may, Mr. Perrin, a quick question here, just on, if you look at something here like bylaw enforcement, building service, you have revenues of about 500,000 and every expenditure is about 500,000. So I'm not sure that's the building permits and everything, as you say, it's kind of an equalized system. We have, though, for building permits, we have approximately 7676, and then for revenues, which is sort of a plug, if you will, of 15 for the next 3 years. Just wondered if you could give me some background on that. Sorry, you're in building service? Yeah, for bylaw enforcement. So we have expenditures for 2276,000. If we go against revenues for things like building services, they equal out. So 500 in, 500, 185 out. For bylaw enforcement, we have 76 expenditure, but 15,000 in parentheses for what the revenues are.
Yeah, so you're right. With respect to building services, it's not intended to hit the tax rate. So it's really a revenue expenses. So that clarifies. With respect to bylaw, bylaw is based on what we with respect to revenue coming in, and bylaw does not include parking.
Thank you, Mr. Perrin. Is the 15,000 then, is that sort of for other penalties, or how do we?
Yeah, so that would be if there were fines associated with we'll say lot maintenance or charged
Right. Sorry, the 15,000 is with respect to other revenue that would be realized by the municipality in the event of enforcement. So if the municipality took a landowner to provincial offenses and there was a decision that the municipality was awarded costs or fines, then that would show up in the POA revenue on page 29 or 49.
Okay, thank you. I think we're continuing on. That's the end of, sorry.
'23 is largely in respect to shelter expenses with St. Thomas. The one thing that council should be aware of is the city of St. Thomas is contemplating the construction of a new shelter. And they have in 2022 requested the municipality assist in funding a portion of the capital cost towards that. However, at this point in time, we have not received any confirmation from the city of St. Thomas that that project is going to go forward. If it does go forward, potentially it could cost the municipality of Central Elgin approximately $125,000. That's still a little bit up in the air because St. Thomas provides animal control services to other municipalities, and our understanding is that some of those other municipalities may not necessarily be in favor of going forward and continuing on with the animal control with the city of St. Thomas if they have to pay their contribution towards the shelter. The contribution by municipality was determined based on usage of the shelter. So if a municipality backs out, our percentage could conceivably go above what was originally derived previously based on the 125,000. If St. Thomas chooses to go forward with the construction of the shelter, staff's position would be that we would want to know what our share of the cost is and then report back to council and get direction. One, if you want to participate in that from a level of service standpoint, and two, we would provide council with options of how that could be funded. So that's animal control. If there's no other questions on that, I can speak to asset management. Asset management 2022 is 351,030 proposed for 2023, up to approximately 21,000. 15,000 of that is non-union salaries. No addition to the staffing complement, salary increases, and a bit of a split with respect to where people are spending their time, because some staff, myself included, we split our time between asset management as well as development services. And with the work that we're going to have to ramp up for the addition of the other asset management plans, it will take more staff time into asset management. So that's, excuse me, that's the bigger one. And then other ones are just as far as salary and benefits and those types of things. So if you have any questions on asset management, I have to answer those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Perrin.
Building services, again, we noted that's more or less expense neutral to the tax base because building permit fees cover the cost of operation of the department. Bylaw enforcement, it's up projected from 2022 to 2023 of $9,000. And that of that, 6,000 of that is with respect to non-union salaries, and this is a result of the manager's position being in place for a full year. In 2022, we budgeted not for a full year because that position did not come on stream until April.
Sorry, Councillor Graham.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to building services, Mr. Perrin, can you just explain the difference between the 2022, 2023, the increase in $10,000 for the equipment rental?
Yeah, the that is for the rental of another vehicle. So we have one that is owned by the municipality, and then based on staff being out of the office and as well as the part-time employee, then we rented a vehicle as well.
So sorry, that was just in, this is this coming year, or you rented it in 2022?
We rented it for a portion.
And sorry, was that a car or a truck or?
It's a car. Sorry, keep hitting the button. One option that council could consider is that instead of renting the vehicle, the municipality could purchase a light duty vehicle and pay for that out of the building permit reserve.
And was that split between departments, or is that the entire cost just for building services for that vehicle?
No, it's entirely within building services.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions on bylaw enforcement, I think that's where I left off. I can move to development services. So on the revenue side, we're projecting a decrease in revenue. Those are predominantly made up through development charges. So again, like to go back and maybe just recap. So development charges are only able to be collected by a municipality on a new building permit. So if I renovate my home, I don't have to pay development charges. But if I build a new home, I have to pay development charges. So the decrease in projected development charges is a reduction from 2022 based on what we're seeing as far as new housing starts. So that's predominantly the difference between 2022 and 2023 on the revenue side.
And sorry, through you, Mayor Sloan. Sorry, just to go back again, under bylaw enforcement, the equipment rental of $6,000 from 2022 to 2023. Can you explain what that one is as well, please? Was that a leased vehicle as well?
It's a one rental. So just to maybe just wrap it up, maybe to clarify. So it's a rental vehicle, and maybe just to give some context. So the Asset Management Development Services Department rents two vehicles. One is utilized for building, and one is utilized for bylaw and parking. Okay, so there's not 6 vehicles or 3 vehicles, there's 2 vehicles that are rented on a monthly rental basis.
And sorry, are there ones that are owned as well for bylaw?
No, there's not. The only owned vehicle that Asset Management Development Services has is one vehicle that is utilized by the building department. So the Asset Management Development Services, including building bylaw and parking has 3 vehicles available to it, 1 owned, 1 and 2 that are rented.
Thank you. Councillor Halpin, please.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Perrin and Mayor Sloan. So just to understand that, is the purpose of renting because we sort of predominantly have bylaw situations in certain seasons? Like, is that because of different levels of use?
In the past, bylaw enforcement was undertaken under the purview of the building department. So the bylaw enforcement really, as far as transportation was, it was either the chief building official or the building inspector. So they used the building truck. That's not available now because they're using that vehicle for building control services.
And sorry, there seems to be quite a big difference between those 2 leased vehicles of $4,000. Is it the same? It's not the same vehicle, I'm assuming, the same type of vehicle?
They're the exact same vehicle. However, there's also, I haven't got to parking yet. And there's a portion of that rental vehicle is in the parking as well.
Apologies. Sorry, Mr. Perrin. I was just asking a question of the deputy clerk. Councillor Connors.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Perrin. When we say that we own vehicles, is that an actual lease? Are we leasing vehicles from a leasing company?
No, we actually own vehicles. We actually go to tender and have a specification and then go to public tender and tender those vehicles and purchase them.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Mr. Perrin. Please.
So we would actually purchase those vehicles through public tender. And typically there'd be 1 tender for light duty vehicles annually. What if that's required? If there are light duty vehicles, we would go to a bulk tender, post that on bids and tenders, and then open that up to get, the best price for the municipality based on the specifications.
So when that vehicle has served its time, what happens?
Mr. Perrin.
Based on council policy, then that vehicle would be put up for public tender, and then so let me go maybe 1 step back. So through through all the budgets, equipment time is actually charged out and expenses charged out to each one of those level of service types of work. So snow plowing or ditching or whatever. That money is then put into reserves. And that reserve is built and goes up and down with need for purchase of vehicles. So when that vehicle needs to be replaced, it's funded typically out of the equipment replacement reserve, so it doesn't hit the tax rate. So that it's a incremental funding of the reserve annually based on an equipment replacement schedule and the actual condition. Then as the vehicle ends the end of its useful life, so a light duty vehicle pickup truck, 7 years. By that time, providing that it's doesn't have service left in it, it would go to public tender through a tendering agency that has municipal tenders, we'll say equipment tenders. In the past, we've used Brian's auctions and Post Lunch, and they'll have a municipal equipment auction. Vehicle gets auctioned off, whatever revenue goes into the equipment replacement reserve. So if there's money that, let's say we sell a light duty truck and we get $7,000 for it at the end of 7 years with 300,000 kilometers on it, then that money goes into the reserve. Hypothetically speaking, that, the numbers, but we tend to do fairly well on when we get rid of these vehicles, because we do have a fairly good maintenance program internally, and we can show that.
Thank you, Mr. Perrin.
Can you just kind of explain or walk me through? So we didn't need one in 2021? Either building services or bylaw enforcement, we didn't need those vehicles in 2021, but then what was the need for them in 2022?
In, with respect, so again, on the parking side and the bylaw enforcement side, the building department staff were doing bylaw enforcement. So we only have so many people at that point in time based on service delivery. So they were utilizing the existing Central Elgin owned truck or using their own vehicle and charging the municipality mileage. So as per the municipality's mileage policy, then if a staff member utilizes their own vehicle, they're entitled to compensation on a price per kilometer based on that policy. So in the past, in 2021, the municipality staff, municipal staff are utilizing their own vehicle a fair amount to undertake the business of the municipality, and they were getting paid mileage. That's also problematic when you do bylaw enforcement and someone pulls up in their own personal vehicle and you're trying to enforce a municipal bylaw, and at first blush, someone says, well, who are you? There's not really any indication of who you are. And sometimes those aren't now necessarily the best conversations to have with a ratepayer.
And sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, do we have numbers on that, Archona, of the cost of what it was when they were doing their own personal mileage?
I can certainly get that. However, I just also want to mention the reason also to use your own vehicle was, remember, we in 2020 and 2021, we were also suffering and going through the COVID. So it was highly not recommended to share vehicles and all those kind of things. So I think I was not here at the time, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure as province had directed that use your own vehicle or have the separation and all those kind of things, I'm pretty sure those were the reason that the management would have asked for doing those services as well. But I can certainly get to the numbers. I think Mr. Shipway had something to say, sorry.
Mr. Shipway.
Through Mr. Mayor, the mileage line is actually within the budget. It's the first one under the employee components, and it can demonstrate the background on what those were. Sorry, through Mr. Mayor, for bylaw enforcement on page 49, the mileage line is within there for 2022. For 2021, we're at 10,278. For 2022 actuals, 7,200, and then the budget has been reduced because Mr. Perrin's modifying the manner in which that service is provided.
Mr. Noble.
Question through you, Mr. Mayor. The development charges, the difference between the actual and the budgeted for 2022, are we expecting a $70,000 payment to come in for that actual, or is we just didn't make that number?
Mr. Perrin.
Page 50, Lloyd.
So I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand the question. So with respect to what was budgeted in 2022 compared to what the 2022 actuals is, you're asking if we, yeah, so we will probably be down a little bit, but I would say we're going to hit the mark pretty close to 210,000. This is as of September. There were a number of permits that came in between September and end of year that would require that payment and will influence that 116,000 to go more in a positive nature.
Council, with your permission, I'm going to call a 5-minute break. Thank you. Oh, sorry. We're good to go? Okay, back in session. Thanks very much, everyone, for that. And I want to say thanks as well to the discussion going forward. I think it's been very informative for me and look forward to continuing it. So thank you, Mr. Perrin. I think we're back in your court, are we? Or I'm sorry, I apologize where we left off.
Yeah, no, I believe still in my court, I guess. I've got through to development services, so I don't know if there's any further questions on that before I move on to parking.
Seeing none?
Parking, this is an expense neutral to the taxation budget. It's actually creates revenue for the municipality that can go into reserves to fund projects as council sees fit. Those can include parking lot improvements, and actually staff have every intention on bringing forward a report at the next meeting with our consultant from Dylan to give an overview of the parking study that was completed in 2022 with some items for council to consider going forward with respect to increasing the amount of parking that's available for the public, and also other projects such as council is aware, in 2022, the municipality through council direction undertook a waterfront master plan for the redevelopment of the public amenity or community amenity areas in and around the Port Stanley waterfront. That was an extensive project with extensive public consultation. And as a result of that, there was a conceptual plan developed for that waterfront and the public amenity area. Estimated costs around $30 million, $32 million. So if the council of the day determines that it wishes to move forward with some of that public amenity area, that needs to be funded. One option that council could consider is paid parking revenue going forward.
Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you can just explain to me, Mr. Perrin, the equipment rental, small tools and equipment, the increase of $6,000, the increase of $3,000 for phone, and the increase of parking services from 6,000 to 9,000, those four areas. Just a little more detail on that, please.
So
Small equipment tools is actually hardware that we would like to purchase for writing of tickets. So it's actually the enforcement process where utilization of cell phone, recognition of license plate, and then that will then be software linked to portable printers that the enforcement have on the person, write the ticket, and then put it on the shield, but then as well upload that directly to the virtual customer. So the start to finish process tickets essentially through the ability to force those tickets if they are challenged at virtual customer support, because that process would actually allow us to stamp the photos attached to the actual ticket as well as GPS location. So it needs to force inside for
Please, Councillor Graham.
So when you say things like that, time, date, and stamp and GPS location, they already put that on the tickets now, don't they? They put the date, they put the time, they put the location on those tickets already.
they do. They don't put the GPS location because we don't have that ability to do that. But as far as time, date, yes, they write that on. But when it's time and date, utilizing the software, it's indisputable. It's there. It's based on the cellular network.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Lloyd, would that reduce administration costs?
It would actually, both for us, both for Central Elgin as well as the county. So process wise now, parking ticket is written. It gets placed on the windshield, and then at the end of the day, then those tickets have to be summarized in a report, dropped off at the provincial offenses office, and then staff at the POA court actually have to manually enter all that information on every ticket. This would provide us the ability to facilitate that to automatically be uploaded and assist the POA court.
Councillor Connors.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Lloyd, this looks like a one-time cost. So when you look at it, $6,000 for 2023, it drops off to 1,000. Looks like a one-time cost. Then you're set up and you reap the benefits of not having to use staff, as Deputy Mayor Noble said. Correct?
That would be correct. And again, all of this is expense neutral on the taxpayer, Central Elgin taxpayers. It's all funded through the revenue from the paid parking revenue.
A quick question, Lloyd. And when we do give a ticket, it's some sort of a photograph is taken of the license. Is that correct?
Yeah, so
I've never gotten one, just let the record state.
so no, that is absolutely correct, Mr. Mayor. So the enforcement officer will take a photograph of the actual license plate, photos of the general area with any indicators like, car parked in a no parking zone that has a sign that becomes part of our record, so that if it does get challenged, then we have to put a brief together, an enforcement brief for the provincial offenses court. This actual process, like right now, we can actually determine if for example, if it is in paid parking, we can actually use the phone, snap a picture utilizing optical character recognition, and then link that back to the paid parking module, determine whether or not the person has parked, if it's paid to park, or if it's nearing its time that it's allowed to park till, and then utilize that information to either determine whether a ticket has to be written or not.
Thank you. When it was first and sorry, Councillor Graham, just a quick question on that. When it was first brought in, was there ever consideration, was Port Stanley always going to be the only place? Or were there any other key areas where parking was an issue where it might have been considered to be implemented?
With respect to enforcement under our traffic bylaw, so parking in a handicap spot or accessible parking space or in a hydrant, that's enforced throughout the municipality. With respect to implementation of paid parking, the council direction was that originally it was going to be in the beach zone. So when paid parking was first put in, it was going to be in the beach area. And that was implemented. And then the previous council directed staff to look at other ways to come up with revenue to help subsidize the tax rate. And one of the options that they considered was through the user fee committee was to implement paid parking on all the municipal lots within Port Stanley. And that was the direction that was given by the previous council.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and again, Mr. Parent. So that was the equipment rent, or the small tools and equipment. Can you just comment again on those other three areas? Equipment rental, an increase of 10,000, phone, an increase of 3,000, and parking services, an increase of 3,400, please.
So the phone is actually cellular, monthly cellular cost for the parking meters. So those parking meters actually communicate back to the financial institutions because their credit card payment that's available, as well as to the enforcement module utilizing cell coverage. So last year in 2022, at the point of budget approval, we didn't know what type of communication module we were utilizing. In the past, it was the previous machines were not cellular enabled. They were actually hardwired with internet services through Bell. And the new machines that were procured in would have been in May, April of 2022 are actually cellular enabled. So that's the reason for the telephone expense to be higher than in 2023 versus 2022. And then the vehicle equipment is the actual rental vehicle.
Councillor Graham.
And sorry, that final area, Mr. Perrin, of the parking services, the increase of 3,400.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can you clarify which line item you're talking
So
about?
at the
Parking
very-
services of 6,000 and 9,400?
Yes. Sorry for those,
For the digital enforcement, utilizing the online lookup and rating of the tickets, and then coordinating that with the digital offenses.
sorry, one more question.
No problem, Councillor
So
Graham.
that goes along with the implementation of the new digital equipment. There's an additional 3,400 a year that we'll have to pay because of that.
That's correct. Yeah. Again, funded out of paid parking revenue.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Perrin, with that new equipment, that software we were talking about, is the amount of casual labor still required?
Yeah,
Mr. Perrin.
it would still be required because staff would still have to, go around and through the parking lots and on street and still take and look at that, look at each individual car. So as far as, time, as far as summarizing the tickets, it's not a lot. It's just that it's more efficient and it's more accurate with potentially more success rate in realizing that tickets can't be fought.
Thank you. So to understand this, then it won't change what we pay for our staffing, but it will change the total retention of the funds that come in from it because we won't be losing to the same degree of argument in court.
Based on our investigation with other municipalities, that's what we've been advised of.
Councillor Graham.
Just wondering about the upkeep of the signage, and where does that fall under signage?
Yeah, that's correct. Last year, in 2022, there was a lot of signs that were installed and improved. And that was based on, we'll say, feedback from the public in the past that they didn't realize it was a paid lot, and having issues with respect to having a substantial success rate or an adequate success rate at the provincial offenses court. So there was a considerable investment made on signage as people enter the lot, as well as throughout each of the lots, so that one, they realize that it is a paid parking lot, as well as there's QR codes that are on a lot of those signs where I don't even have to attend the parking machine, so it's more efficient. So If there's a lineup at a parking machine, I can scan the QR code. It launches me into either the app if I have it on my phone, or using the internet. I can access the website for Honk, for example, and pay for my parking right online. So there's a number of those signs that were installed in 2022 to try to improve the level of service to the people accessing the parking lot.
Counselor Watson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Lloyd, you got quite a nice windfall there. What are they going to do with that paid parking reserve going forward? Is it going to be money that's going to stay in Port Stanley predominantly, or is it going to go into some other general coffers that's going to be split with the whole municipality? Thank you.
On that,
Sure. So to clarify, that would not be my windfall. If it was, that might make some decisions pretty easy for Mr. Perrin. That being said, it's the municipality's money for council to determine what it chooses to utilize it for. If I can maybe continue on with that, whatever council chooses to utilize that money for, that staff would suggest, I would suggest that that's a benefit to all Central Elgin residents. So for example, if whatever's left in reserve based on, my experience, staff would not recommend to use those types of reserves to fund operating costs. That reserves are better used to fund capital expenses, because if you use it to fund reserves to fund operating, and Ms. Gupta Harit can hop in here if I get off track, but when you use reserves to fund operating costs, when that reserve is no longer there, it's a double whack on your operating budget. So let's say an expense goes up $100,000 this year, whatever it is. And a council says, well, let's take and fund that $100,000 out of reserves. Well, if that operating expense is still going to be there the next year, what are you going to do that year? Are you going to go back to reserves? Because sooner or later, you're just going to deplete the reserves. So when those reserves are there, our recommendation would be to utilize it to fund capital. So waterfront master plan, for example, or, parking lot. So, we'll use the pharmacy parking lot down in Port Stanley. It's getting near the end of its useful life. There's going to have to be some investment on that parking lot. Now you have reserves in paid parking that can go and fund that capital improvement, fix up the parking lot. It doesn't cost taxpayers of Central Elgin anything. Okay. And, council of the day may decide, you know what, we've got a project that could be somewhere else in Central Elgin, and we're fortunate to get a competitive grant, and we have to pay for our share. Well, where's that money going to come from? That's an option for council to consider. But that's up to council of the day.
Councilor Watson.
Thanks, Lloyd, or Mr. Perrin. And I didn't mean it to be your windfall. I knew it was your department. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Watson. Councilor Graham.
And sorry, just to understand, because that kind of went against the information that I was giving when I came before council, the last council, to talk about the parking, because they told me that any proceeds from the parking was going to be spent solely on maintenance of the beach.
So the original intent when paid parking was originally implemented on the beach was that those funds could help do improvements on the beach. So this is the history lesson, and sorry if I keep delving into the history, but I think sometimes it helps to understand the history to be able to know how to go forward. So there's considerable operating expenses for the beach without a doubt. I can tell you historically in the past, paid parking revenue has been used to do a number of improvements on the beach. So for example, the playground equipment that is on the beach just east of the pavilion, that was funded through the paid parking reserve. All the accessible walkways that are on the beach was funded from paid parking reserve. Now, again, and we kind of sound like the broken record here, but how money gets spent, that's entirely up to council's prerogative, right? That's a council decision. So if if the council, decides that, you want to use that money to fund certain things, that's entirely your prerogative. But in the past, those paid parking revenues have been used to fund capital expenses, not operating.
Councillor Graham, are you okay? Or I shouldn't say, are you okay? Do you have any further questions? I think you're great. So moving forward.
And
So we're going to be switching to emergency services, and there aren't any more questions for Mr. Perrin. You can continue.
before we switch on to the emergency services, with your permission, Mr. Mayor, I would like to provide a clarification. When I
Absolutely,
said,
thank you.
You had asked for the multiplier for the benefits. I did say 40%, and that is correct, but that has the 25.38% from the municipal side, and the rest is the employee side. So they still count to 40, but the municipal side is only, contribution is 25.38%.
Okay, so 1.25, not 1.4.
Yeah.
Great. Councillor Bachman, did you have a comment before we proceed?
I was thinking lunch.
That's fine with everyone. Then I think we'll break for lunch if that's okay. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Noble. Please.
The added cost, you said it's not 40%, it's 23%. Is that
25.38, which includes WSIB, EHTs, and the pen owners and all the benefits.
that includes the LTD too?
Sorry, LTD, yes, everything. So all the benefits, the total is 40, but the municipal contribution is 25.38%.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, we shall break. Thank you. Now able to reconvene with our budget summary, and I think we're going to the fire chief. Mr. Omerod.
Good afternoon. Thank you. As a quick overview, the fire emergency services are responsible for the fire rescue within the municipality of Central Elgin, as well as emergency management. There are 4 fire stations located throughout the municipality. We employ roughly 108 volunteer firefighters, and in the summer months, approximately 25 seasonal lifeguards. Within the branch, there is a fire coordinator to assist myself as the fire chief. The Central Elgin Fire Rescue also operates in the summer a marine rescue program. Under our provincial legislation, the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, we're required to provide 3 basic items relating to fire safety, one being public education, the second being fire inspections and code enforcement, and if municipality so decides, emergency response, to which all 3 are currently employed within the municipality of Central Elgin. Through your package, as you can see, there are numerous services that the Fire and Rescue Services provides, and they're listed there. If anyone has any questions, by all means, I'd be happy to answer your questions regarding our responses. Following that, briefly to outline some of the 2022 accomplishments that the fire service experienced. In late 2021, we proceeded to do a fire underwriter survey to help decrease some of the insurance rates within the municipality of ratepayers, which we were successful through a hydrant study. In 2022, we again asked fire underwriter services to come back to allow us to do a tanker shuttle experiment that then decreased insurance premiums for those residents living outside of built up areas. Those were two advantageous components for the citizens within the Central Elgin. We get down into our budget line process under the operating budget for emergency planning. You can see there's really no change for emergency planning for 2022 or through 2023. Any questions?
Pardon me, Councillor Graham, please.
Mr. Emerald, so I'm just kind of looking at this, that insurance increase of $60,000 or approximately $60,000, is that what you're speaking of there?
The insurance is an actual decrease, and that was for ratepayers through their home insurance and their commercial insurance through the fire underwriters survey. Sorry.
Okay, so that increase from 2022 to 2023 is, what's the reason for that?
So that is insurance premiums that the municipality pays. What I was speaking of was reductions to the ratepayers through their insurance premiums.
Okay. Do we know the reason that it's such a huge increase in the insurance of $60,000, Archana? Mr. Omrad?
So you're looking for 2023 to 2022 differences, correct? The 219, yes, the 219,460 basically difference at the bottom line. Is that what you're?
So from at 2022, there's it was budgeted for 54,000. It's the actual as of September was 62 plus change, but the budget for 2023 is 113,335. So approximate difference of $60,000 between 2022 and 2023.
To you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That is the insurance for the fire service and for the firefighters. Unfortunately, unless Archana can answer, I cannot answer that. I can look into that for you and find the answer as to why the premium did increase significantly to that extent.
That would be great if we could just kind of have a bit of an explanation from the insurance company, or, you know, did we shop around to different insurance when there was an
I can
increase
answer
in
that.
$60,000?
Yes, so every year we do get the quotes for the insurance for all the departments and municipality of Central Elgin. And the quotes are based on like how the insurance premiums have gone up and all that kind of stuff. So last year, for example, we did change the insurance company. We went to with Intact because we got a better quote with them. And also within this 58,000 or 60,000 increase, the VFIS, which is the
Volunteer fire insurance.
Insurance services, we did not have that in 2022. We now have it for 2023. We never used to have that kind of insurance earlier. Now we have it. We have budgeted for that.
And is it something that's required, or why did we not have it before and now we are required to have it, or?
Mr. Ship is going to answer that, sorry.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So fire has the regular liability insurance and municipal insurance policy, and then has a separate VFIS, volunteer firefighter insurance. The municipality had it. However, it was not carried in a line item. Now it's been put in with the insurance instead of blended throughout the budget. So it's broken out to specifically identify that VFIS is included within the insurance line. So it is an expense that we've had year over year. And it was blended in with wages, and now it's reflected specifically in insurance line.
Councillor Connors.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Amrad, your first line item on salaries, I don't know if you touched on that. Looks like there's a dramatic increase and it's reflected in, you know, the CPP, EIW, SIB, et cetera, down. It looks like we're hiring someone. Is that true?
Please, Chief.
Mr. Mayor, the original intent, you are correct. There was a position proposed since the original draft budget. And staff have determined to hold off on that position.
Thank you, Councillor Graham.
Chief Omar, the concern that I have, and I knew that you were proposing that person coming on, is fire inspections throughout the municipality. I have heard through some of my fire friends that there's quite a backlog of those. And I'm just wondering, is there any plan to maybe contract that out, or are you doing those, or is anyone doing those right now? Just from a safety standpoint, I'd like to kind of, try and include that a little bit.
There are requirements under the FPPA that fire inspections be performed at request or if there is a complaint. Those are currently being done by myself, and I have brought a couple of the volunteer firefighters who have shown interest in the fire inspection side to go out with me when we do those fire inspections. We have looked at making a plan to start to get more involved in the fire inspection side, even though this person is not coming this year. So we're planning on doing the assemblies, the large occupancies, multiple story residential facilities and components such as that. Will we get everyone done that ideally we would like to? No, we will not with the staff that we have. But to rest assured, we are meeting the requirements of the legislation at this point in time.
Do you have any idea of what percentage that you will be able to get done?
If I were to hazard to guess at this point in time, I would say approximately 30%.
Chief Ormar, could you just follow up? The 30% is the inspections?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we would complete approximately 30% of all of the buildings within the municipality that could be inspected. So you're looking at multiple residential buildings, you're looking at industrial buildings, pretty much everything with the exception of a personal residence. With that being said, when the crews do attend a personal residence, whether it be for a medical call or whether it be for a smoke alarm, whether it be for a fire investigation, we are checking compliancy within the homes. We are asking individuals if they would mind us checking their smoke alarms or CO alarms.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Omarad, is there any way you could get some kind of a hybrid type of inspector that could do fire services inspections and home building inspections? Looks like going forward, we're not going to have as many building permits being issued. And is it done anywhere else? Maybe this is a question for the clerk. Thanks.
Staff of any sort, or sorry, if either staff would like to respond, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, through you. There is a building inspector certification that fire prevention officers can get. It is not to go out and do the building inspections that the building inspection department does. It is more or less to help read the plans and understand the building plans to ensure that the life safety components required by the fire service are installed and installed correctly. To my knowledge, as I sit here, I am not aware personally of any building inspectors that do double as a fire inspector, but I could be corrected on that.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Okay, Councillor Graham.
Chief Omrad, when we're looking at the amount of calls and the amount of money obviously spent on the amount of calls, have we looked at what other communities, like the level of calls that the other communities respond to? Are they just responding to VSAs, or are they doing all medical calls? I mean, I just want to kind of look at the level of service when we're looking at the costs of those things.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are, you can go across Elgin County alone and see a variety of different service levels for medical response. Central Elgin runs in the tiered response agreement that Central Elgin has with the Ministry of Health and Central Ambulance Communication Center. Central Elgin runs what we refer to as all code 4 medical calls. So if you were to call for an ambulance and the ambulance was to come with lights and sirens, you will have a fire station dispatched to you. The stations have been working through the pandemic and such to try and refine that so that we can get a platoon from each station to show up. So for example, Port Stanley Station has 2 platoons. This week, 1 platoon will respond to medical calls. So half of the station theoretically could respond to the medical call. The pitfall that you may run into with a volunteer service is we have no idea how many people from platoon 1 are in town at that point in time. So that's why they've divided it in half. So you may get 10, 12 individuals possibly showing up, which decrease the cost versus the whole station showing up. Hopefully that helps answer your question. There, again, the medical calls, we run all code 4s across the county, different departments will tier different medical calls. That being said, we are not the only municipality that runs all code 4 medical calls.
And have you considered just doing the VSA calls instead of all code 4s?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That is a decision of council. The report was brought to council prior to my tenure here for council to make the decision on which type of medical calls that they wish the fire services to respond to. And that's a decision for council to determine.
Excuse me, Councillor Graham. Can I follow up myself, please?
Sure.
Could you just explain that and sort of Cole's notes on that decision, please? I didn't quite understand. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, so a report would have been brought to council from Central Ambulance Communication, which lists all calls that would fall within a code 4 category. And each municipality has the opportunity to engage in this process and then to choose which calls you wish to be able to respond to. For example, my former employment, we responded to all code 4 calls, the same as what Central Elgin does. There are some municipalities that would respond to maybe a dozen code 4 calls, regardless of what the call was. There was some that may say we will respond if ambulance is 10 minutes of a delay before we respond. So there is a variety of different response types that you could choose from. One of the things that we've been running into lately, and I'm sure you've heard about it in the news, is what's called an offload delay at hospitals. Ambulances are being held up at a hospital for hours on end. I know of ambulance crews that will transfer a patient from their home residence to a hospital and never leave the hospital for 8 hours because the hospital is too busy to take the patient at that point in time. But again, go back to the tiered response agreement. So there are 34 different categories that could fall within a code 4 response. And then you can pick and choose which ones you wish to do and then how you wish to do it. You do not have to choose to do any. You could choose to do a handful. You could decide to choose to do them after a 10-minute delay, after a 15-minute delay, whatever council's wishes are.
If I may, just as a follow-up. So in a practical year speaking, if we started picking and choosing the calls that we made, I don't see that there would be, that's a leading question. The savings obviously were presented. Well, I'm going to withdraw the question. Councillor Graham.
So when you said that, Chief Omrad, when you said that that report came before council prior to your employment here, what would your recommendation be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, it is council's decision. That being said, I know firsthand, because of an incident that had occurred at our house, the fire service was the first ones there. For most individuals, when they're experiencing that time of need and they make the 911 call, realistically, it's not that they do not really care who shows up. They would like somebody who's trained to show up and help them at that point in time. I know that our fire crews have sat for 10, 15 minutes waiting for an ambulance to show up. And other times EMS are there before us. It's a difficult decision to make. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Noble.
My experience has been the fire department's been there much quicker than the ambulance could ever get there, because typically with our being a rural community, you have a firefighter ideally in one of your neighborhoods, and they literally run over or drive their personal vehicle there. So if you're having a situation like that, the ambulance, with the way they're being held up with different things, this would be one of the last places I'd look to save money.
Councillor Halpin and then Councillor Graham.
Thanks. Yeah, I find as well. In fact, I actually had to call our fire services this spring when I had an accident in the barn. And certainly it was a huge gap between the time that our volunteers arrived and the time that the ambulance got there. And I'm sure that the further you get out from the built up areas, the more consistently people experience that. So I don't think this is a place to cut. And I would say too that most of our residents, I mean, we have people that complain about the water and we have people that complain about the roads. I've never had anyone say to me, I hate that I spend so much to have my life saved.
Councillor Graham.
Chief Omrad, do you know approximately the time for the ambulance to get there? So they're coming from Shaw, are they usually?
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's difficult to answer. The closest ambulance base is Shaw Station, the next one being Edward Street. However, and then from there we move out to Elmer. We have numerous times had the vehicle from Dutton show up. We've had the ambulances from Oneida show up to multiple calls. Again, it seems that their service is becoming more and more taxed. And understanding that the EMS service works on a seamless service, that if a St. Thomas or an Elmer vehicle is transporting a patient to a London hospital, for example, as soon as that ambulance crosses the boundary from Elgin and into Middlesex, that ambulance now basically becomes London's ambulance. And as soon as that patient is offloaded, if they require an ambulance, and that's the closest one, that's the one that they will utilize. It may not get back here for an hour, 2 hours, or a day.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. If you could put your mic on, please. Thanks, Chief.
Sorry about that. Moving through the budget lines, moving on to Fire Station 1, Central Elgin, you'll see there's an increase of $32,000, and that was due to receiving the final loan amount. And I think the next largest jump is in fire miscellaneous, which 34,659, which is reflected in the cost of the water budget. Other impacts that we noticed from 2021 and moving on, we've separated a couple of lines out and we've added a few more lines into the budget, one being fuel for each vehicle specifically in stations. And you'll notice that the fuel budget has bumped up gradually over each year, and that was because of the unprecedented increase in fuel across the nation.
Quick question, Chief, on Fire Station 1 Port Stanley grounds maintenance and snow removal. We don't do that in-house. That's contracted out, is it?
Mr. Mayor, you are correct. The snow removal is a contracted out service.
Has it always been? Did we ever do it in-house? Just a question. Sorry, I don't know if that's far back I realize you're new to this as well for certain years, Mr. Perrin, just.
The history is that the municipality switched to a contracted service approximately 10 years ago, just from the standpoint that the municipal equipment is busy trying to meet obligations under the Municipal Act with respect to road maintenance. So that's the first and foremost priority. So the decision was made to contract out that service so that that snow removal could be done by a private contractor as required.
If there are no other questions, Mr. Mayor, that would take us to the police budget, I believe, which the CAO will answer those.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, police services is under fire and emergency services, but we don't make the chief deal with that. Mostly the Elgin police group deals with this, which the mayor sits on now. So we get a billing statement from the ministry, and then it goes to the county, and the county sends out invoices for the municipal share of billing. You can see it actually went down in 2023, and we are under the we've been informed that that's because of our growth. However, the calculations exceed what we're able to derive from that. And then additionally on the court security line, so because the POA is located within Central Elgin, right across the grass here, the municipality has to pay for the court security costs. So that's included in the Central Elgin billing. When Mayor Meyer was here, he struck a agreement with the rest of the lower tiers that the municipality of Central Elgin would once a year bill out proportionally the share of court security costs. So that is the top line revenue that's included there is the recuperation from the other municipalities for those court security costs.
Mr. Shipway, so the 30,000, 45,000, that's from the other municipalities?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Councillor Connors.
Through you, Mayor, Paul. In canvassing and talking to a lot of people, they're looking for more police patrols, more police in their area, specifically, Old Lyndhurst, New Lyndhurst, et cetera. Although I'm encouraged, I'd like to see the numbers going down, but how will that affect the on-street patrols and the people that are attending to the different areas?
Mr. Shipway.
Thank you. So I guess I should say the billing model is based on number of residences, total OPP costs in Ontario, and then calls for service within the area. So that's how that's derived. It's not necessarily that they're reducing enforcement, and I would hazard a guess that they're not, and we could likely have the inspector in if you'd like. They actually do an annual report, so they should be in within the next couple months to present to council. But in regards to increased enforcement or patrol, I would say there's two options. One, you could simply raise if there was a specific concern to the OPP and they would see if it would fit within their model. Or secondly, the municipality could explore sort of a fee for service for additional enhanced coverage. So there is provisions for that within the OPP agreements with the police services group and the municipality. However, then you would bear those costs directly for that. So those would be the two options, and it may be something to speak to the inspector about when they're in.
Also, the third option, Councillor Connors is the new appointee to the Police Services Board, could have a conversation with you and bring forward those concerns. As I learn about it, maybe this would be a something that we could work to as I join it next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Connors, what kind of concerns are we talking? Traffic, or are we talking other issues?
In soliciting people and talking to them, they wanted more patrols in the area. They wanted more to see police in their area more often, just for possibly a security feeling.
Thank you. I think this is coming to the end of your information. Is it, Chief?
Mr. Mayor, it is.
Any more questions for the chief before we move forward? Councillor Watson.
I'm sorry, I should have asked this sooner and now I've missed my page. Chief, how do volunteer firefighters get paid when they go to a fire call? Is it a set amount, then it's divided by the number of guys that show up? Or is it a free for all and everybody gets paid? I don't know. I'd just like to know. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they receive a stipend on an hourly rate. As I recall off the top of my, I believe around $23 possibly an hour. I would have to double check to look that up.
So then, through you, Mr. Mayor, so then is that a free for all then? If we get everybody showing up and all the platoons and a whole bunch of maybe different units, do they all get that? Or can we put some, I don't know, checks and balances on there? Just numbers wise. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. As you state, Councillor Watson, as a free for all, I guess that would be the most logical response. Right now, as we mentioned earlier, we're platooning the stations so that not everybody does respond to a call. So as I'd mentioned, Port Stanley, Yarmouth Center, Belmont, I believe is doing the same, and I know Union is doing the same with platooning the calls, so that only if it's for a medical call, because you're not going to require all 20, 25 individuals showing up for a medical call. So they've split it to half of the department would respond. Everybody's pager would go off, but they know that this week I'm on platoon A, so I'm not responding to a medical call. That being said, we have no idea how many of those 12 people are in the area and will respond. For fire calls, motor vehicle collisions, and more significant calls, the whole station is expected to respond.
Councillor Graham.
I think it was with regards to payment. I think it was, they get $1,000 just a year, right? For volunteer firefighters, and then $25 an hour for it's a 2-hour minimum, which doesn't seem like very much for me when they're running into burning things.
Chief.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, you're correct. But I guess when I go back, I started my tenure with Yarmouth Center way back when Moses and I were still in the municipality. And at that time, when I resigned from there, I was one of the highest paid at $565 for the year. And employers were very lenient about letting you leave your place of business and respond to help your neighbor. Through the course of time and with the just-in-time services, it is harder and harder to find employers that will allow the volunteer firefighters to be able to leave at the drop of a hat off of the line or doing whatever it is that they're doing. So it is becoming somewhat of a retention problem as well. So the compensation, I'll be honest, I would fight very hard for their compensation as it is at this time, because a lot of employers are not going to pay you when you do leave. So and now that the call volume continues to increase and increase, we have some stations that are running 1-2 calls a day every day of the week. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And to the council, I know that it's important, and we're going to go through this as we have with due diligence and look at where there's any possible changes to help us reduce costs, and comments made about, whether certain people like certain elements of it and not. But I think the overall experience and effort here is for us to get more knowledge about everything. And I think all questions should be accepted and given due consideration. I don't think there's a right question and I don't think there's a wrong question. Following that, I do believe that we are very fortunate to have the fire service volunteers that we have. Anecdotally and through others, we have a small community that is very much, I think, impressed with, appreciative of the service that they provide. However, I mean, when it comes, that's an emotional thing, and for their salaries, I would agree with the chief. When it comes to other expenditures, I might not be quite as, what's the word? I mean, I think there's a differentiation here between our volunteer fire department force, people that are committed and not being compensated to any great degree, other than for what they do achieve, versus the supplies, the facilities, and that equipment. And I just want to make clear, I differentiate totally between those two issues. Thank you. So thanking the chief, are we able to move on now? Any other questions for Chief Ormerod? Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will start with the Infrastructure and Community Services Department. We can start off with the beach budget. So the beach budget obviously encompasses beach maintenance, which includes beach cleaning, garbage collection, that sort of thing. Also included in the beach budget is the beach patrol, which does fall under Chief Ormerod. So when looking at the beach budget here, we are up 57,407,000. That is mainly due to insurance. The QP costs, as Mr. Shipway alluded to earlier, have gone up substantially in 2022 and into 2023, as well as the beach patrol salaries, which would account for the increase in budget. Is there any questions with regards to beach?
Michelle, Councillor Graham.
Just the only question I have is the water. 11,000 for water. Is that just like utility water? Is that what we're talking?
The water for the beach.
That are open to the public. Okay, thank you. Mr. Brooks, how many of the casual salaries, how many people do we hire in the summer for lifeguards? Did somebody say, I heard the number earlier, Chief?
Mr. Mayor, we hire 25.
Thank you.
Mayor Sloan, I just have one other
Pardon me.
quick question.
Councillor Graham.
Chief, the two supervisors, are they lifeguards that kind of do double duty as a supervisor? Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they are, Council.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Brooks, the contractor 54,000. Can you just give us some insight on that?
Through you, Mayor Sloan, the contractor, the bulk of that cost would go to the spring cleanup of the beach. So we have sand blowing, particularly where there are no dunes set up. So all that sand needs to be retrieved and brought back onto the beach and regraded. Some of those contractor costs could also include any kind of building maintenance to the beach washrooms and the lifeguard hut.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brooks. You alluded to the dunes. Is that going to come up in another conversation later on?
That may come up in a future report to council. The coastal risk assessment did suggest that additional dunes could be constructed to help against flood uprush. But as of now, council hasn't made a decision on when and if to implement those.
Councillor Graham?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brooks, do we RFP that every year? Or is it like on a 5-year basis, those contracted services or?
We have not tendered that work out in the past. We've brought in a local contractor to bring in bulldozers and tractor backhoes to assist our own staff in regrading of the beach. Our staff do undertake some of the work with the addition of some contractors or the contractor.
And just, so I know it's the beach, it's public washrooms. When you list separately equipment charges, what's the sort of give me an idea of what an equipment charge would be, please?
Through you, Mayor Sloan, equipment charges would include any heavy equipment owned by the municipality that's out on the beach for the regrading process, as well as garbage collection. So garbage pickup in the summer, particularly during the busy months, is a major undertaking.
And do we do that in-house or is that contracted out?
That is done in-house. Any equipment charges that you see here would be in-house equipment charges. Correct.
Questions about the beach? Sorry, Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just that one comment about the costing out of Central Elgin equipment to do the beach stuff. Does that show up on another line item that comes off somebody else's budget?
No, that would be included in the beach budget. Okay, moving on to the Belmont Arena. So Belmont Arena revenues taken in through the Belmont Arena would include ice rentals, hall rentals, as well in the summer floor rentals. Obviously, the last few years, those revenues have been down, opening and closing the arenas through COVID. So we expect to generate more revenue moving forward through 2022 into 2023. As far as expenditures go, we are up $34,952, and that is due to increased insurance costs and staffing costs. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Connors.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Brooks, can you expand a little bit on the insurance cost? Because it seems to be dramatic. I mean, we're talking $20,000 between 22 and 23. And even on the beach, you know, we increased $7,000 in insurance costs there. Is there something going on, or could you explain that, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can only make a general comment in regards to insurance that over the last couple of years, we've seen insurance costs go up as much as 30% or more. So across the board throughout the entire budget, you're going to see increased insurance costs.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Have we solicited pricing for insurance from different companies?
We absolutely ask for the quotes, and that's how we get the quotes and then make a decision on whatever the lowest bid is, and it covers our expenses. And cyber is not included on all those insurances that we are talking about. That would be a separate cost. It is budgeted, but we don't know the cost yet.
Thank you.
Mr. Barron, please.
Maybe just another, maybe to give perspective to council. One thing you have to be mindful of in Ontario, there's something called joint several liability. So municipalities typically end up paying, we're typically a high risk as a municipal, as a policy holder, because of the nature of the services that we provide. as well as from a regulatory standpoint, if the municipality is found even 1% liable, then we could end up paying 100% of the claim. So case in point, an impaired driver is legally impaired, goes through a stop sign and hits another vehicle, and the driver or passenger in that vehicle is has a catastrophic injury, still alive. But that individual was, we'll say, maybe a physician or had the potential to be a physician. And now they're paraplegic. And that person has to be really cared for the rest of their life. The court would look at that and say, there's cost towards this. And as a result, that individual that was impaired might have $1 million or $2 million liability policy on their own automobile policy. But the cost to take and, help the victim over their life could be $25, $30 million. So all of a sudden, now the representative of the drunk driver looks to how else can this, how can we get rid of some of our exposure? So they go looking for other people, other parties that could help fund this, usually a municipality. So there's lots of case law where, that exact situation happened, and they start looking and saying, well, you know what, there was half an inch of reflective banding missing off a stop sign that they ran through. And then they go to the municipality and say, okay, when was the last time you inspected it? All those types of things with the intent of putting liability onto the municipality. And then as a result, the municipality ends up paying as a result of that. And it's not always just, but when you're in that court of law and the person that's making the decision, they're trying to figure out a way that you can help this victim. That's usually where they turn to, because municipalities typically have deep pockets and they have very good insurance policies. I know the municipality at Central Elgin, we have a very good inspection program where we document things. We've actually been successful in defending ourselves, but typically that's not always taken into account by the insurance companies, especially right now when we're in a hard market for insurance. And we're all experiencing that, whether it be corporately, municipally, in our own personal insurance, looking at trying to get liability insurance for our auto and our homes. So might give a little bit of context about, the market that we're in and what municipalities face with respect to insurance coverage.
Aaron, how many insurance providers do we have?
Yeah, just one.
Okay, and it's just broken down on per, so there's no value. It all is the same through the same company. Thank you.
Just to add, the cyber may be different. We have one broker through which we kind of go, but there could be different companies we get the insurance from.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have an idea of the percentage of our budget that's being allocated towards the increase in insurance? I know this is kind of an off the cuff and it might take a little bit to put that number together, but it'd be beneficial, I think, for council to know and residents to know the added increase on that, like a percentage and then maybe a number, just so that when we're looking at this budget, we have an idea of some of these numbers that we don't have an option to not pay, I guess, is maybe my term. Thank you.
Just for the clarification, Deputy Mayor, you're looking for the percentage of insurance as the percentage of the budget, or you're looking for each budget? Just clarification, please.
The percentage of the increase of insurance and how that evaluates to our increase proposed budget for the year. Like I know we're 2.88% percentage increase. How much of that is just the increase? Is that just from the increase of insurance across the whole budget?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Get to that.
Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, back to Mr. Brooks. In the contracted services, when we're looking at the different areas, so the Belmont Arena, Port Stanley Arena, are we RFPing any of those?
The majority of the contracted services are brought through a tendering process or a quote process according to our procurement bylaw.
So the Belmont one is as well, the Belmont Arena one as well? the
Correct,
contractor?
correct. Now, from time to time, we may need to call in a plumber or an HVAC contractor right away. You know, we may call someone that we have a prior relationship with.
And does that come up like we look at that every year, there's a new RFP, or every 2 years, every 5, every 10, do you know?
That every tender is different. Some tenders such as line painting, you know, I'm going to roads here, might be a 3-year price. Others may be 2, one may be a single year. Yeah.
Thank you.
They're not all necessarily the same.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brooks, the Belmont Arena, the vending revenue is, I see that's a 0 going forward. Do we have a projected number, or is that vending closed, or just for clarification?
We do have vending machines at the arena. The revenue from that is not substantial. So when we're looking here for a year from now, we may end up seeing a small amount from vending revenue in there that isn't accounted for in the 2023 budget.
Thank you. Any more questions about the Belmont Arena?
Okay, moving on from the Belmont Arena, the next one up here is the county lift bridge. As council knows, the lift bridge was formerly staffed by the municipality through an agreement with the county of Elgin. That agreement has expired as of December 31st of 2022. So that we are carrying a 0 cost to the municipality based on that, with the expectation that the county will pick up all costs moving forward.
Mr. Brooks, can you help me a little bit on the from 2021 to 20? We looks like for 21 to 23, we're going from essentially 77 to 140. If we look at casual salaries from 30 to 68, can you just give me a little bit of background on the increase?
Sure. The King George Lift Bridge was under construction throughout 2021.
Asked and answered. Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Mayor Sloan,
Councillor Graham.
do we have a number for prior to the construction?
I don't have it in front of me, but there would be actuals that we can dig out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Noble.
It's for you, Mr. Mayor, to likely Mr. Shipway. These costs for 2023, are we going to recoup some of those from Elgin County? Is there a bit of something, or is this not the place?
I think that we're, I'll pass that on to Mr. Shipway. He looks eager to answer, Deputy Mayor Noble. No, I can answer it for you if you wish. So I'm not sure that, I think there's going to be a discussion on that going forward with Mr. Shipway, myself and Elgin County. That was my suggestion. I'm not sure if that answers your question. If not, I'm going to pass it along to Mr. Shipway should he want to add anything. If you could put your microphone on, please. Thank you.
So county roads budget, that's dictated by the road maintenance agreement between Central Elgin and Elgin County, whereby municipal forces undertake the maintenance of county roads.
2023.
Counselor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brooks, the non-union salaries, that increase, is that a new hire or that $50,000 increase? Or 45,000?
For you, Mr. Mayor, that is a redistribution of non-union salaries. Prior to the actuals that you see in front of you, non-union staff time was not being directed towards the county roads budget. We took a thorough look at where our non-union staff time was being directed and are trying to distribute that time evenly according to the amount of time that's spent on each of these service areas. So throughout some of these budgets, you may see that some of that non-union salaries has gone up or down based on a redistribution of the salaries, but there has been no additional non-union staff hired.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we touched base on this once before, but when does that contract end?
To you, Mr. Mayor. This is actually a contract for the county roads that's mandated from the amalgamation order. So the current contract actually ended December 31st of 2022. However, because of the amalgamation order, we're obligated to continue to provide that service. It's just a matter of renegotiating the contract. If I may, the county conducted a review of the road maintenance service and the entire agreement. And the lower tier and upper tier are currently working through discussions on revisions to non-financial provisions of the road maintenance agreement to try to account for things a little bit better. And then it's fair to say that in the most respectful way possible, Central Elgin and Elgin County and some of the lower tiers are working through agreed upon treatments for financial considerations on the county roads budget. And from a lower tier perspective, we're advocating for a larger funding share from the county for the services provided. And we're just working through to demonstrate that in the financial reporting manner that the county is asking, which is a little different than our financial system works. So I think you would see a new county roads agreement sometime within the first 6 months of 2023 without financial changes. And then some sort of clause or midterm update to look at the financials once there's agreed upon financial reporting to consider increased allocations.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Shipway, is it if we're raising the cost to Elgin County, does that mean Elgin County is going to raise the cost that we pay them?
Through Mr. Mayor, in the simplest form, yes, the Central Elgin and the Elgin County taxpayer are the same taxpayer. However, there may be distribution of where those taxes are carried. But at the Central Elgin table, ICS staff and financial services staff, we're advocating for the best outcome for the Central Elgin resident, and then the county staff would be looking at it from the county perspective. But based on the reporting and the financials, it would appear that it would be beneficial to Central Elgin if that allocation was increased for Central Elgin.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, back to Mr. Brooks. Just a follow-up question on when I was asking about the salaries. So you said it was a redistribution of the salaries, and I notice on the following 2 pages, there's increases as well. Is there somewhere in the budget that those salaries are coming down since these ones, you said there was a redistribution? So if these are going up, where is it coming down?
I'd have to get back to you on that, Counselor Graham. I can dig up that information and compare salary distributions previous to 2023 and what we're proposing in 2023. I just don't have that information in front of me.
Okay, thank you.
So county roads, questions and continuing on, or should we move to the harbor? Sorry, Councillor Bachman.
Just one quick question through you, Mr. Mayor. Not to jinx this at all, but the salt and the equipment charges, I'm assuming we haven't used very much this year. Does that, if there is any cost savings, I'm assuming we have to prepay for a lot of the salt and the equipment. If there's any savings, will that be, I guess, council's decision to move that to reserves, or is that something that would automatically be done?
Typically, if there was, if we were underspent on the county roads budget, that would go to a county roads reserve where it could be drawn from in a future year, say we went over.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bachman. Moving on to the harbor, Mr. Brooks.
Okay, harbor. So when we're looking at harbor here, we have revenues of 177,000 based on the rental of the DOC building, the boat dock rental, berthage fees, investment income, etc. Expenditures have gone up $3,000. So that's basically maintenance of the walkway around the harbor. Any kind of maintenance to the tires, say, around the harbor, as well as work that's done on the breakwater. So the total net budget on that one, revenues exceed expenditures by 109,000, which is transferred to the harbor investment.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't actually know who to direct this to exactly. The DOC building, is it just a rental?
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in 2021, the municipality went through an RFP process for a lease to own agreement. Council entered into a lease to own arrangement with the property owners, and they're contemplating putting a brewery restaurant within there. And so they pay annually, I believe it's $100,000 annually. And then at the end of the lease term, they have an option to purchase the remainder for 800,000, I believe. I can send you a copy of the agreement, and then they would take over, and then the municipality retains a 20-year repurchase clause within that. So it couldn't be sold to anyone else. The municipality has first right of refusal.
Councillor Connors, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and again, I don't know who to address this one to. Two questions, really. What defines investment income? And secondly, when we look down below at consulting, in 2021, we spent 175,000, but we're only forecasting 10 for the next 2 years. So there obviously is, we hired some people in 21.
Mr. Shipway, please.
For you, Mr. Mayor, so the investment revenue from this is specifically from the harbor divestiture agreement. The municipality needed to retain that contractually with the federal government in a separate account. So that deals specifically with the investment income from the divestiture amount and what's left of it. In regards to consulting, that consulting in 2021 would have been the conclusion of the harbor secondary plan consultation. So now that the studies are generally complete on that, those have been reduced to the lower amount there.
Thank you.
Do you have a second question? Oh, you got them both. Wow. Thank you for being efficient. Any other questions regarding the harbor? Moving forward, Mr. Brooks, thank you.
Okay, moving on to municipal drains. So the municipal drains budget deals with the administration of the municipal drain program at Central Elgin. So when you look at the expenditures here, the majority of this is salaries and then some minor support to administer the program. OMAFRA provides a grant for specific activities undertaken by the drainage superintendent. Not all the activities under which the drainage superintendent undertakes are eligible for grant. So that $14,420 in revenue is what we receive from OMAFRA for the drainage superintendent grant. So the net budget is up $7,517, and that's due to staff allocation.
Questions or comments regarding municipal drains? On to parks, please. Thank you.
Hey, parks pertains to our parks, our sports fields, ball diamonds, etc., splash pads. So where are we with parks? So parks has gone up $145,000. And that is due to the increase in QP costs, insurance, and I believe contracted services was up as well. So that's another theme that you may see in some of these budgets is contracted services have gone up, particularly those that rely on, fuel, such as the grass cutting contractor for parks. So what we've seen is a lot of these contractors coming back and asking for a fuel surcharge, or them basically not being able to provide the service any longer because of such a sharp rise in fuel costs.
Councillor Graham, please.
And not to be repetitive, Mr. Brooks, but are they RFP'd, those contractor services for parks?
Yes.
Mr. Brooks, how many people are, that are specific to parks, how many people work in the parks under the category of parks?
With parks, we have 10 full-time operators, unionized, and we have 2 non-union supervisors.
So there's 2 supervisors that are non-unionized?
Correct.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There's a $5,000 charge going forward for chairs and tables. I'm just curious what that's for.
That's that it would be for replacement of picnic tables and benches that we have at the parks.
Just a quick question, Mr. Brooks. I'm noticing a lot of the new stones at places like Little Beach that are engraved and look quite nice. Where do they come under here under the budget? Where would I find that?
We don't have any budgeted or planned for 2023, so you won't find any under the budget this year.
And they won't list anything from former years on 21 or 2. There won't be a line item for them, right?
I can give an example of a rock that was placed up on a small park near Cornell Drive up in Port
Funny, I
Stanley.
know it.
So that would have come out of parts and supplies.
Thank you. The one at Little Beach in particular, they're very, I don't know how the idea came up. They look very nice, and there's kind of something substantive about them as opposed to just a wooden sign that would, look. So go ahead, Councillor Bachman, please.
Just for clarification, Mr. Brooks, under casual salaries, 22, they budgeted 0, but it was $50,000, and 23 budget has it's almost at $70,000. Just clarification.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bachman, in 2022, we included casual salaries with union salaries and didn't distinguish between the two. Moving forward this year, we decided to show the casual salaries in addition to the union salaries.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brooks. Just curious, how much money do we spend on flowers and shrubs and stuff that we put in gardens across central Elgin?
A fairly significant amount. We have under plants and forestry here, we show $24,000, and that's just for the purchase of the flowers and plants. On top of that, for example, the hanging basket program, by the time the plants are purchased, the pots are hung and watered, we're spending roughly $55,000 to $60,000 on that specific program only. And that doesn't include, any plantings we have at the parks or downtown.
Just a quick question for me and I look through the different ways that this is put through. When we have a line item such as internet, so different departments have different amounts, but if we look through with respect to parks, and I've just gone back here, where's the number? Is it on the first page? Oh, sorry. IT services at 30,000. Can you give me just an idea of how that pertains to parks budget specifically, please?
So the IT services, and Archana can correct me if I'm wrong, we have a total costs that are paid for by Central Elgin to the county for the IT services, and those are split across the departments, I believe proportional to the total budget.
So Archana, when it says 30 under this or under fire, a different number, what would the total, do you have the total number?
I can get the total number.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brooks again. So for the hanging baskets, which line would that be under?
Hanging basket, the costs for hanging baskets would include the plants and forestry line. It would include salaries. It would include equipment charges and potentially parts and supplies and equipment rental services. So it would be composed of portions of those different line items.
But you're saying it's about $56,000, or is that a number I read? It was right around 56.
Right around 55 to 60,000 specifically for the hanging basket program.
And just so we're clear, that's Port Stanley only,
No, that includes Belmont as well.
Belmont as well? And is it a fair distribution? Is it an equal, sorry, not fair. Is it an equal distribution? Is it like 25 there, 25 here?
I would suggest that there are probably a few more down in Port Stanley based on the number of decorative poles that we have down in Port Stanley than compared to Belmont. I don't know the exact numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. I just have, as we say, I said earlier, this is a very important learning experience. So please indulge some of these questions. When you go for like contracted services here, you could just give me a bit. I know that we do some of our maintenance ourselves. We use some crews. Could you just give me an overview of how contracted services comes to be, or what that budget represents, please?
So for parks, for contracted services, that could, it does include the majority of which is fine grass cutting. So we have a contractor sent out to a number of areas throughout the municipality, all of our parks, to cut the grass. It could include any kind of building maintenance, which would include HVAC, plumbers, electrical contractors to upkeep the buildings. It could be any kind of third-party inspection that we wanted to bring in on playground equipment, pest control, those sorts of items.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brooks. If we were to look at needs versus wants and trim out some of the flowers and the hanging baskets, I feel like that would be a significant number.
Mr. Brooks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, well, I can tell you for the hanging basket program, because we priced that one out specifically, for staff to look at cutting other costs, such as the plantings that might be in Glover Park, for example, in downtown Port Stanley. We would need direction on what it was that council wanted to cut. We have plantings on Edith Cavell down in Port Stanley as well. What specifically would council want to, cut, and then we could put a number to that. I suspect that council may not want to cut out all of the program.
I would, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that, if we're looking at, and I don't want to speak for Belmont, but if we're looking at Port Stanley, 60%, if we have like a 60-40 split on the hanging flowers from Mr. Brooks saying that the majority are in Port Stanley, would be around $33,000. So I would recommend that we move that into the BIA area, that the BIA consider that as a project moving forward. And that way we could save that amount from the taxpayers of $33,000 right there.
Just quickly before I get staff to comment, is there, Councillor Graham, I don't believe there's a BIA. Is there a BIA equivalent in Belmont?
No, I don't believe so.
No, there isn't.
Thank you. Councillor Bachman.
We
Pardon me.
do have a horticultural association, but it's mainly seniors that take care of the community park that we have. And they spend maybe 2-3 days a year. They get together and they help. And we have at the community park, they have their own employee that take care of the grass cutting at the community park area. But as far as the main street goes, that was mainly at discretion of Central Elgin.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Bachman. The mayor was offered a seniors coffee yesterday at McDonald's, so this might be something he could participate in. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you. If I may comment as well, now that Sparta has some of the lampposts that can have hanging baskets, I have had a deluge of communications asking when we are going to have our hanging baskets and if that would not improve our appearance in the summer for our businesses and so forth. So we also don't have a BIA, but I know there will be people very disappointed if we cut that.
Thank you. First, I think we're going to go to Councillor Graham and then staff. I think Mr. Brooks has been trying to get in. So
I'll defer to Deputy Mayor Noble.
Deputy Mayor Noble and then Mr. Brooks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't want it to sound like I have anything against flowers. It's really just a matter of Central Elgin understanding the costs. And I feel like with council here and all of us, we're really just speaking for Central Elgin. So if Central Elgin realizes that, say, we're proportioning 1% of our budget to flowers, it just for a help on understanding, because 1% is like $200,000. So if we're 60,000 in baskets, we'd get there fast. I'm just trying to educate.
And I educate and learn conversely from you folks to us. I appreciate it. And I think the people watching would understand that this is a new council. And I think that the questions we ask provide a lot of input today for questions that are going to come up and decisions that are going to come up in the next 3 or 4 years. So, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that during last year's budget, council did ask staff to price out baskets in Sparta. And this $56,000 does include baskets, roughly 20 baskets in Sparta on the new decorative poles.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. More questions for Parks, or can we move along to the Port Stanley Arena? Mr. Brooks?
Okay, moving on. I did want to clarify as well, when we're looking at staffing costs with Parks, the beach, the Belmont Arena, the Port Stanley Arena, those are all encompassed by our Parks and Recreation Department. So those union and non-union staff service all of these different service areas. They focus on the arenas in the wintertime and outside on the beach and the parks in the summertime. So moving on to the Port Stanley Arena. Costs at the Port Stanley Arena are up $38,919. I've already kind of gone through and answered a number of questions at the Belmont Arena. Port Stanley is very similar. Happy to answer any questions in regards to Port Stanley.
Councillor Graham.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brooks, just a couple clarification. The sudden increase in cleaning supplies of 6,000, as well as the hydro $40,000 increase from 2021 to 2023.
Okay, so I'll start with the cleaning supplies. Our cleaning regime at many of our facilities has grown substantially since COVID. So that's where you're seeing a lot of increase in cleaning. The hydro, we're up substantially to 105,000 due to climbing hydro rates. When we're going back to 2021, the arenas were shut down at various times for COVID. So I think that that's why we're seeing a reduction in actuals in 21 and 22.
Sorry, Councillor Graham. And then afterwards, Councillor Bachman. Thank you.
And just a follow-up question on that. Is it possible, Archana, to provide numbers maybe in 2020 or 2019 to us, just so, because I mean, it's hard to compare COVID times to current times when there's such a difference in what we had to do and things like that. So possibly if we could get some numbers pre-COVID to compare to as well, that would.
For supplies and cleaning supplies and all?
Yeah,
or-
things like that. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Just another point of clarification. I'm looking at the hall rentals, Mr. Brooks, especially with Belmont being closed down this year, and Port Stanley in the future. They're both budgeted about the same. Is that pretty much just an average 7,500? It's just an average year for rentals?
That 7,500 would have been based on the rentals that we would have seen prior to 2021 before COVID. So really, we're expecting more hall rentals, particularly in Belmont, once the elevator is built and open back up.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions on the arena? On to roads, please, Mr. Brooks.
Okay, roads. So roads encompasses maintenance of the municipal road network, not including the county roads. Also budgeted in roads is our administrative and support staff for roads. So that includes our engineer, our technologists, our administrative people as well. So that's why when you have a look at non-union salaries, you'll see some higher numbers there. So roads, when we're looking at contracted services, for example, that could be sidewalk repairs. We're looking at centerline marking, pavement markings, street sweeping, tree cutting, dust control, those sorts of expenditures there. So when we look at the bottom line with roads, we're up $99,315 in a budget of 4.3 million. That's mainly due to some increased costs for contracted services as well as our QP increases.
Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brooks. The gravel supply seems to have gone up drastically. Again, do we RFP that? Is there just one supplier we've been using for the last period of time?
Gravel is tendered out.
Is tendered out, sorry.
Correct.
And when's the next time? Is that due to be tendered out, or was it just tendered out recently? Do you know?
I believe it was tendered out last year. But I'm not 100% sure on that. One thing I can say is gravel prices have gone up significantly, pretty well doubled in the last few years.
And have we required more gravel then? Because that's times 4. It was at 3,500. Now it's at over 12,000, 12,500.
So in previous budgets, we do gravel resurfacing of some of our gravel roads. So we have a program where every 4 years we will put on 4 inches of gravel because we expect we on average lose about an inch of gravel per year. That used to be carried through the roads operating budget. Over the last, I believe last year was the first year that we moved that over to the capital budget. So some of the gravel that may be shown in here would have been previously budgeted for through that other gravel supply line item that was previously in the budget. So this gravel supply could be for, topping up parking lots, doing, if we need a little bit of gravel for potholes, shouldering, those sorts of activities.
Follow up, Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, if I can just run through the 3 or 4 questions that I have on this.
Permission
subject.
granted.
Thank you. Contracted services seems to have doubled in roadside operations. Can you just give me a little more detail about that, please?
So contracted services here have gone up. In previous years, we had the municipality had its own street sweeper, which we're doing away with because of the upkeep costs of it. So we've added in a line item here to bring in some additional street sweeping.
And in traffic management, the contracted services went from 19,800 to 41,000 from 2021. Just a brief explanation of that too, please.
So that would be our line marking services and paint. Road painting has gone up significantly over the last couple of years. I believe there's only a couple of contractors that are even still offering that service, and the paint cost has gone up substantially.
And the equipment charges from 116,000 to 140,000. Can you just give me a brief explanation of why that's increasing that amount?
Sorry, which,
Sorry, under winter control.
that would have gone up, based on actuals from 2022. As you can see, we've, spent 107,000 to date as of September 30th, with the expectation that we were going to spend substantially more than we probably have in 2022 because it's been a fairly warm fall. So that's the reason those have gone up.
And sorry, just what does that cover? Is that maintenance of our equipment?
That includes the use of our equipment. So when, for example, we have a snow plow out on the road, every hour that that's on the road, we charge back an an hourly charge on that. So it might be $90 an hour for every hour that snow plow is out on the road. That cost goes back to the equipment reserve so that we can fund future purchases.
And I believe just one more, just the clothing allowance under roads administration went up about $7,000 from 2021 though.
The clothing allowance is dictated by the QP collective agreement. So each individual QP member gets a certain clothing allowance. So that's where that comes from.
Thank you.
On that note, I see that we have that other, when you have clothing allowance down, like so far I'm up to about 18, 20, 35,000. That's a QP specific regulation, Mr. Brooks?
That's correct. We do pay for work boots for our administrative staff who do work outside that are non-union. So there's a small amount that may be spent towards non-union staff as well.
Councillor Halpin?
Thank you. Through your Mayor Sloan. I see that we spent about twice as much on paved roads as we do on unpaved roads. How many kilometers of each do we have roughly?
Not sure if Mr. Perrin knows that one offhand because he just recently did a detailed asset management plan, but I don't have those numbers specific. But Mr. Perrin's got them up on a screen here right now.
Mr. Shipway?
Yeah, well, Mr. Perrin's looking that up. Maybe staff could try to circle back with some of the previous information council asked for. In regards to insurance, the total insurance in the 2023 budget is 595,000. That encapsulates our general insurance policy, VFIS and cyber, and that's a year-over-year change of 140,000. So when you're asking as a portion of percent, and you have to be careful because water and wastewater are user fee based, they're not levy, but a percent is roughly 180,000. So that would make up like 0.8% of a percent on the change. And then in regards to IT services, 2022, the municipality budgeted for 230,000. And in 2023, the municipality is budgeted for 236,000.
Deputy Mayor Noble?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Shipway. So our budget increase of 2.88, 0.8% of that is due to the increased insurance, just for clarification.
Yeah, I'd want to have a second to back it out, but I think you could comfortably say 0.7 because a portion of that insurance increase would be allocated to user fee supported, not levy supported, like water, wastewater.
Deputy Mayor Noble?
Am I okay to ask another question?
Yes, sir.
Page, I'm just kind of noticing, page 104 for clarification. The union salaries went up by, they kind of doubled. But when I look at the LTD more than doubled. And that seems like on $16,000 of salary, $1,873 just for LTD seems like a lot of money. And it seems like it's a little bit more than some of the other LTD items compared to the salaries going in some of the other departments. Just looking for clarification.
I'd have to defer that question to Archana. Deputy Mayor Noble is asking about the increase being non-proportional for LDT compared to the increase in union salaries on page 1 under paved roads, I believe.
Deputy Mayor Noble, please.
Just one other one that's good to look at is page 103, where the unionized salaries went from 108 to 135, and the LTD basically doubled.
I can double check in my Excel sheet and get back to you right away.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perrin.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I was asked to have a look at or provide an answer to the split on our road system. So our asset management plan for the municipality for roads, as well as the other 4 are on our municipal website. Within that, in the asset management plan, this has changed a little bit because we've assumed some new streets with new development. The total road network last year is 210 kilometers. And the amount of gravel is approximately 58 kilometers. With respect to the cost of gravel to low class bituminous, so tar and chip or asphalt, from a asset management and a business standpoint, council, actually it was the first term of Central Elgin Council, considered a report from staff about the benefits of gravel road conversion to low cost bituminous. So assuming that a road gets reconstructed, so you improve the roadside drainage and you build up the road base, if the decision is made to keep that road in gravel and then evaluate the operational and maintenance costs on that gravel road per kilometer over a 25-year lifespan, compared to convert that same reconstructed road to a low-class bituminous, a tar and chip road, over a 25-year time frame, in 1998, the cost savings to convert to low-class bituminous at that point in time, excuse me, was around $18,000 a kilometer over 25 years. We did that same exercise, I believe, 3 years ago, and that cost savings per kilometer, assuming that it's rebuilt and you convert it to low-class bituminous and then maintain it as a tar and chip road, the cost savings per kilometer is in the order of magnitude around $36,000 a kilometer. So when you look at those operational maintenance costs, Mr. Brooks spoke to it earlier. On average, you lose an inch of gravel every year due to winter control operations. When you plow that gravel road, you have to put dust control down a couple of times a year, as well as grade it. Those are the operational costs that you have on that gravel road. Compared to you surface treat that road, you double surface treat it the first year, wait 2 years, single surface it, and then you really don't have to do anything to that road for 6 to 7 years, and then you retreat it again. You're keeping all that gravel in place. You don't have the dust control issues that you have. And for the traveling public, you actually have a better experience, we'll say. You don't have to deal with muddy roads, potholed roads, those types of things. So over the course of the last, since amalgamation, the decision of councils was to convert gravel roads to low-class bituminous or tar and chip roads when they get reconstructed. within that asset management report, if council wishes to have a look at it at their leisure, it will show what the road surface type was back in 1998 and what it currently sits at as of 2022. And over that course of time, we've eliminated, I believe, ballpark around 46 to 47 kilometers of gravel road. The other, we'll say the other potential savings is the need for the capital replacement of road graders. A road grader now is around $500,000 to purchase. So in 1998, we had actually 3. We went down to 2, and the one grader that we have now, the newest one, is probably 26, 25 years old, 21 years old. So, and we haven't had to replace that. So there's a savings to the taxpayer by implementing that type of asset management strategy from a business standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Councilor Graham.
Mr. Brooks, just two more that I didn't notice. So the consulting went from $382 in 2021 to 10,000, and the surveying services went from 1,500 to 10,200. Can you just explain what those two different services are, please?
Sure. So consulting services.
Sorry, roads administration.
So the consulting services typically is where road staff may need to consult an expert, such as a geotechnical engineer for a certain project or something that's come along. So that typically is spent on engineers. Surveying costs, I believe, where do we have it here? We've gone from 1,500 to 10,000 now. That $41 is not representative of likely what has been spent in 2022. And 10,000 is more of a realistic number that we would expect to spend on a yearly basis. And that's typically for legal surveys, for road allowances, that sort of thing.
Any other questions on roads for Mr. Brooks? Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are we responsible when the light bulbs go out for those?
Maintenance, that is?
That the street lights do belong to the municipality, so we are responsible for having them repaired. When a street light goes out, we typically deal with Earth to come in and make the repair.
Councilor Graham.
Mr. Brooks, are the ones along William Street owned by us as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving forward, waste management.
Okay, next one is waste management. So waste management includes our garbage collection program, Blue Box until July 1st of 2023, when that becomes a responsibility of the producers, and our leaf and yard waste program, which staff collect leaf and yard waste from urban areas of the municipality. So the bottom line for this budget is we are down $281,518, and that's due to the removal of the blue bin program.
Sorry, what was that number again?
281,518. It should be noted that in the waste management budget, the garbage collection is a user fee program, and those user fees will be going up approximately 10% in 2023.
And that's billed directly to the homeowner? Or
That's correct. So we offer 4 different cart sizes that owners can choose from. Being that it is a 10% increase, I do want to mention that we still are the lowest cost when compared to the other municipalities who are providing the service. So Middlesex, Huron, Lambton, and Huron. Did I say that one over? There's 4 counties to the west of us that provide the service. Central Elgin, even with the new proposed rates, would still be the lowest.
Just before Councillor Graham, I have a question. So when regards to, if you explain to me for July the 1st, it changes. So how have we on our budget looked at how much we're getting, how much we're doing? Because we won't be doing recycling, or rather we will be doing it, but someone will be paying for it. So how have we accounted for the change in recycling, please?
So going back into 2022, the municipality had to make the decision whether or not to continue to provide the service on behalf of the producers or opt out. The municipality chose to opt out of providing the service. So as of July 1st, the municipality will not be picking up recyclables. That will be, it's being tendered out to a contractor through the producer responsible organization that's been set up. So as of now, we still don't know which contractor that's going to be, but a contractor will be doing it as of July 1st. And there will be no cost to the municipality for that.
So with the change in demand, would there not be a difference in us not needing the equipment or the staff going forward?
So with regards to the equipment, currently the municipality owns 2 of the garbage trucks and leases a 3rd. We will be able to return the lease July 1st, and they've been notified that that truck will be going back. That should save the municipality approximately, I believe it's in the neighborhood of $115,000 is what we pay just specifically for the lease. That doesn't include any maintenance costs or fuel costs. So we'll see a savings right off the top there. As far as staffing, the way it's set up right now, we have 2 full-time solid waste employees, and we always need 3. So we have staff on the roads department that supplement those solid waste operators. So we wouldn't be losing any staff, but we would be losing 1 piece of equipment.
Councillor Connors.
Through you, Mayor, Mr. Brooks. So I think I understand that the garbage collection, although it's going up 10%, the people pay for those containers, it's billed through your taxes. Is that correct?
The fee for the cart is on the tax bill, but it's specifically identified as a fee.
Okay, can I
Continue.
So with the recycling, the change in the recycling program, the people must pay a fee for being able to put the recycling out and have it taken away. Is that not correct?
No, so the garbage collection, specifically only garbage, is a user fee. Blue Box up until July 1st has been carried through the general taxes. So
now
that'll just be a reduction in the general taxes by the roughly 281,000 that would have been included in this budget, but is not because of the changes in regulations. that's the cost savings to this budget, this waste management budget specifically.
Thank you.
And just if I may, when did with respect to the user fees, when were they imposed? What year?
The cart fee program was established, I believe it was June 1st of 2021.
So before June 1st, 2021, all garbage was paid out of just a tag program. And that was so many tags were given under your residential or farm or whatever property taxes, correct?
That's correct, and paid through general taxes.
Councillor Graham.
So just a couple questions through you, Mr. Mayor. So the 2 owned garbage trucks, are we selling those?
No, we'll need those garbage trucks
sorry,
to collect the carts, the garbage collection. So we have 3 trucks currently that we use to collect blue boxes and garbage and the garbage. No, so typically what happens right now is it'll be about a day and it'll be a truck and a half to do garbage and a truck and a half to do recycling.
Okay.
So we need 3 trucks. Now that we're removing recycling, we're going to need about a truck and a half per day, depending on which day it is. Some days are heavier than others.
Okay, and we need 2 full-time solid waste operators to do, or we did need 2 full-time solid waste operators to do the blue box and the garbage?
Yeah, so we have 2 full-time operators that strictly do garbage,
Mhm.
and we offset the need for an additional staff member through the roads department. So we have 2 operators that are considered general laborers that will help garbage collection. They could help Parks and Recreation one day if a need arises, as well as the water and wastewater department.
So how many did we need for the blue box program? How many full-time people did we have for the blue box?
We
Where
had
does that all come?
2 full-time with a third to offset the need. So typically each day for garbage collection, we would need 3 operators for garbage collection and blue box.
Okay. And one last question, why are we increasing the fees for the garbage collection by 10%?
Due to inflation, fuel costs, maintenance costs of the trucks, as well as there is some additional overhead that was carried through the recycling budget that's no longer there. So we are carrying a little more overhead on the waste management budget than we were
Thank you.
previously.
Councillor Graham.
Sorry, one last question. So would it not be possible, and maybe this is more of a question for Archana, would it not be possible to use those savings, or what is the comparison of the savings on the blue box versus the 10% increase for the user fee garbage, so that there isn't an increase for the garbage user fees?
You want to answer?
I guess that reduction in the recycling costs goes towards that 2.88% tax increase. So if you wanted to take some of that and fund the garbage program, then you're basically raising that 2.88 tax rate to help offset the cost in the user fees. Now, like I mentioned earlier, Central Elgin is substantially cheaper than the other municipalities offering the same service. So I would caution council on subsidizing that program, because it's going to catch up to us one day where, you know, it's going to need an increase, you know, probably close to inflation each year to keep that program net zero, so that the revenues offset the expenditures.
And sorry, just follow up. Can you tell me what amount that is, that 10%, what that comes out to in a number?
Well, if I don't have the numbers in front of me, but for the smallest size cart, it's in the neighborhood of around $70 to $75 per year. So 10% of that, you're looking at an increased cost from 75 to approximately 82.50.
And sorry, maybe Archana can get back to me on that. Just, I'm talking about like not necessarily just for each person, but for the whole. Like, is it more than the Blue Box program amount that we're saving at 281 for the municipality? The 10% increase on the user fees, is it, how much is it in total for the, if you can get back to me on that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you. As Mr. Brooks was saying about how you'd effectively be sort of transferring the savings from the tax levy to the user fee, but really it ends up being saved or lost in one place or the other. I think it's important for us to note philosophically as well that if we were to take that from the tax levy numbers and move it over here to subsidize this user fee, then what we're effectively doing is giving more subsidy per household to the places that are using more tonnage of garbage. And if we keep it in the tax levy, then we give everyone an equal proportion of that saving.
Thank you, Councillor Halpin. Your comment is that if we kept it in the taxes as opposed to having a separate fee?
Yeah, my comment is that if we were to try to subsidize against that 10% increase, then we're effectively giving more money to the households that are using more tonnage of garbage every year. Whereas if we keep the savings in the taxes and allow the 10% increase in the waste service fee, then we are giving an equal amount of savings to each household.
Thank you. Any more further questions for waste management? And if I may, before we go to water, if I could ask for a 5-minute break? Very good. Continuing on. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we are at the point now. Are we finished with our questions about waste management before moving forward? Anyone have any questions on waste management? Over to you, Mr. Brooks, for water.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Water, pretty self-explanatory. That's water distribution supply. We have 6 different water systems that we draw water from in our budget here. So we have the budget split into revenues, then for expenditures, we've got administrative costs. And then we've got it split into different service areas within water. We've got billing and collection for our water bills and how we collect the revenue. We've got water purchases. These are the areas where we do purchase water, being the Elgin primary system, Malahide secondary, Elmer secondary, St. Thomas secondary, and St. Thomas suburban area. So, and then further split into Belmont water treatment, Port Stanley water tower operations, Belmont water tower operations. We have a bulk fill station in Port Stanley, Fruit Ridge booster line off the primary where water is distributed to homes along Fruit Ridge line and Centennial Road. Then our associated costs with our water chambers and water mains, water services, fire hydrants, of which the fire chief pays for 90% of the fire hydrants. And then showing our transfer to reserve. So we have shown a $526,000 transfer to the water rate reserve for 2023. Happy to answer any questions. I should add our expenses. There's basically no change in expenses from 2022 into 2023.
Councillor Graham, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brooks, just a couple of questions. So the travel and conventions went up by $3,000 from 2021 to 2023. Is that a new convention or something, or is it a?
That's gone up because we carried less money over the last couple of years due to COVID. So we expect staff to attend more conventions in 2023. Those are typically the Waterworks conference. So it's included in those conferences are training sessions that the operators do take.
And could you just explain the payments in lieu to me from 5,000 in 2021 to 17,500 in 2023? What that means, the payments in lieu, please?
I believe the payments in lieu are for municipal owned facilities on municipally owned land. I can't speak specifically to the total for payments in lieu. Those are provided by finance.
So we do have the, just give me a second.
Maybe I can suggest we bring back some more information to answer your question there.
Thanks, Mr. Brooks.
I can get back to that.
Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Shipley.
Apologies. So the change in this, I believe I'm looking at the going back in time. So you're looking at water admin payments in lieu. Is that what you're looking at, Councilor Graham?
So it's the operating budget water payments in lieu under expenditures.
Yeah.
2021, it was $5,141. In 2023, it's $17,500.
Can you just give me the page reference, please, sorry, on the bottom right there?
113.
So that comes down to an allocation that wasn't previously done. When I go back, those have been made after the fact, and that comes down to the manner in which MPAC directs that we treat municipal properties. It used to be that it wasn't taxed at the full amount, so we didn't have to incur that expense. However, when there's changes to that, we have to reflect that in our budgeting. So pump stations, water plants, and wastewater treatment plants will be separate, but the pump stations and infrastructure that's facility based, that's where those come from. So it's municipality paying taxes for its own infrastructure.
Mr. Perrin, please.
So maybe just supplemental to Mr. Shipway's comment. So the utility, the water system has property that it has infrastructure on, like a water tower, the two water towers or the Belmont pump house, for example. The previous councils looked at those and said, well, not every resident in Central Elgin has the benefit of having access to the utility. You know, people in the rural area don't have water system available to them. They have their own well and septic. So as a result, those water customers should be paying for the tax, the property tax component for those properties. So that it's equitable between urban properties or properties that are serviced by the water system. So it's actually the full cost to operate the system, which includes the property tax. If that helps.
Mr. Brooks, shall we move to wastewater if there are any questions for water right now, please?
Sure. Moving on to wastewater. So under the revenues section there, we can see revenues brought in from various sources. Expenditures, when we're looking at the bottom line for wastewater expenditures, we're up $81,000 there. and mostly due to QP and insurance increases. So going through the budget here for expenditures, we have wastewater administration. And then it's further split into costs specifically related to the pump stations, the collection system, which are the gravity sewers and force mains, the Belmont treatment plant, which is the Belmont Lagoons out on Taylor Line, the Port Stanley treatment plant. And that kind of sums up the expenditures. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Brooks. So at present, for the 2023 water and wastewater charges, what do you see as the change? Or what do you forecast? What does this budget forecast as the change?
As far as expenditures,
As far as to the end user?
to the end user, there will be a rate increase based on the bylaw that was passed in 2021 due to the rate study update. If you give me a minute here, I can have a look and see what the consumption and base charges are for water and wastewater in 2023.
Thanks. And on that, when you talk about the rate study, is that the Watson document that's referenced?
Yeah, the Watson document that was prepared in 2021 to update the water rates. So
Thank you.
thank you. So for water, we'll start there. The 2023 monthly base charge for most users using a 5/8 or 3/4 inch service is $36.19 per month. And that's a flat fee. The consumption charge actually goes from 326 to 319 per cubic meter. So we have a system where the base charges increase each year and the consumption charge decreases for water.
Okay, so the base, but what's the base? So the minimum bills right now are not going to be $36. We know that. So I'm just, help me understand my bill a little bit more. So why is it 75 sort of, is the other half for a base consumption charge? Is that what it is? Like, is there a minimum consumption?
There is no minimum consumption charge. Those residents who, let's say they used no consumption over the month, they're still going to be charged a base fee of $36.19. Plus any consumption. So let's say, for example, they use 10 cubic meters of water. So being that the consumption charge is $319, that would be $31.90 for consumption, and you would add in the $36.19. That's going to get you roughly $68. I believe the average residential user uses about 12 cubic meters per month. So that's just the water side. That same consumption does carry over to the wastewater side. So there is a flat fee for the wastewater, and that flat fee or base charge monthly in 2023 will be $40.84. And then the consumption charge remains steady at $2.85 per cubic meter. So that would be added on in addition to the water rate if that user is connected to the sanitary system. There are users that are connected to water, but
And one, not the other, because they.
that's correct.
I apologize. It's getting a little late in the day and I wasn't thinking when I asked, but I was trying to say what the minimum was for water and the minimum for wastewater. So the 40 and 36, let's say, what's the percentage increase on that for 2023? Is that about the same? Well, that's just something that I'd like to be able to have that information. Thank you very much. Councillor Graham, did you have a question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just on the contracted services that went up about $47,000 from 2021 to 2023. Under, sorry, wastewater expenditures collection system.
So that went from 27 to $50,000. We tendered out a flushing program. So the goal with our flushing program, I believe, is to flush every sewer once every 5 years. So that $50,000 would cover 1/5 of the municipality to ensure all the sewers are, there are no blockages in the sewers.
And sorry, what were we doing previously that only cost us $3,181 in 2021?
In 2021, we may not have undertaken that program.
Sorry, what was that?
It's likely that we didn't undertake that program in 2021.
So what were we doing in lieu of that that it was such a difference? So if we weren't doing the flushing system, we just weren't flushing them at all on our own?
In 2021, we wouldn't have flushed the sewers.
Thank you.
Mr. Brooks, do we do our own meter reading? And the reason I ask is because they seem to go up in August, and someone said something about, oh, it's the group that we contracted out to. So I just wanted clarification while I had you.
We currently contract that service out and have been for the last number of years.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There's talk about doing some other pumping stations and stuff like that. Does that come out of the capital budget if we're doing that to get ready for pre-development?
You're talking about the capital budget?
Yeah, just because we're in the wastewater, there was a little
Yep.
bit of talk about the pumping
So-
station.
So included in the budget, I believe we have $4.5 million listed for a pump station in Union.
Yeah.
We would expect a significant contribution to front end that pump station from the developers in Union. So that cost would come from other sources rather than strictly the wastewater rates. We do have one rehabilitation of a pump station here proposed for 2023 that does come out of the wastewater rates reserve.
Okay, thank
I
you.
believe that was $100,000.
Further questions? Looks like we're on to the capital budget. Please, Mr. Shipway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for capital budget, maybe if it's okay with council, we'd go to page 132, the 2023 detailed capital budget. And staff could just run through those projects that are applicable and focus on 2023 if that's the will of council.
Thank you, Mr. Shipway. Sorry, comments or questions? Councillor Graham? Oh, what page? Page 132, please.
Mr. Mayor, the first project under library, Belmont Library LED light upgrade. It's an estimated cost of $10,000 proposed to be funded from the library reserve. And again, that's from the lease revenues for that facility. Chief Omerod, do you want to cover fire, please?
Counselor Halpin?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Sloan, to Chief Omarad. I saw in the notes about the UTV that the intention right now is to get this one that would be useful for moving people on stretchers, and then to have that one service Yarmouth and Port Stanley, and to have the old UTV go to the beach services. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Sloan. We do currently have a UTV that my understanding was donated through a organization from Port Stanley to the Port Stanley Fire Department. It is in need of repairs, some significant repairs. The intent prior to finding out it was in need of repairs was to allow the beach patrol to utilize that on the beach. And this one, if it goes through, would be stationed at the Port Stanley station to be able to respond around the Union area and the Port Stanley area, as well as to be able to have a quicker access down into Port Stanley sometimes during the summer months for when the traffic backs up.
Thank you so much. I had been unsure about why we would want to have one with beach patrol and one servicing Port Stanley, and not have checked about what the needs would be for Belmont and Ward 4, but knowing that it was donated and also that it's not necessarily in good condition for emergency response, helps a lot.
Through you, Mayor Sloan. Correct. The one that we currently have is very limited to a low speed. The newer one would be a higher rate of speed. The other goes with geography. There are calls that Port Stanley Fire Department responds to. They cannot get a truck to. So because of some of the streets are so narrow and such, looking at the other areas, Yarmouth and Belmont, through just the design of planning and such, are a lot more accessible to the larger vehicles.
Thank you so much.
Next one here, under beach, we've got main beach parking lot, stormwater management. We have $75,000 out of the parking reserve. So that is to construct some stormwater infrastructure to collect minor flows from the main beach parking lot. What staff is recommending for this one is that we hold that $75,000 and incorporate the design of this infrastructure with the environmental assessment that will be required through the DMAF program. And it might recommend a gravity connection rather than some kind of an infiltration gallery at the beach. So that's kind of what we'll be working towards with that item there.
The next item is with respect to harbor dredging. So this is a project to dredge the harbor from the King George VI lift bridge downstream to the mouth of the harbor. The municipality of Central Elgin made a commitment to Kettle Creek Conservation Authority that it would dredge the harbor to a certain elevation in order to mitigate flood control. So dredging downstream of the harbor will have a positive impact on flood control within the area downstream of the lift bridge as well as upstream. The intent is to actually, and we're actually at that elevation now where there is a requirement to dredge for the creek bed. The project dredging is one of those unique projects because there's a limited number of contractors out there to do it. It's typically done by a marine contractor. And the result or the reason for that is because of the equipment that they need to have. They need to have barges to be able to get rid of the material. We're kind of in that good spot right now in that they're with the number of limited marine contractors actually in the industry, there's two actually in close proximity to Port Stanley that are doing projects and just finishing projects in Wheatley and, or Kingsville and Leamington. So we're hopeful that if council approves this project, we'll get the tender and take advantage of that, those two contractors in that area, as well as there's two other contractors that are, we know, looking for work. So the intent would be to do the, we'll call it the big dredge this year as part of the 4.5 million. And then going forward, try to do an annual maintenance dredging downstream of the lift bridge, whereby we could undertake that work from land-based operations, utilizing extended reach excavators or drag lines, and do a small maintenance dredge every spring to be able to catch that sediment before it gets out into the harbor. And that would reduce the overall operational and maintenance costs going forward. We wouldn't have to do that big dredge conceivably every 6 to 7 years. The last time it was dredged was 2016. So that strategy has been discussed with Mr. Riggs, who's a professional engineer, whose background is a marine engineer, and extensive experience in ports and harbors all across Canada, and specifically with Port Stanley when he was working for Public Works and Government Services as well. So staff have had numerous discussions with Mr. Riggs to try to understand how more economically feasible we can undertake dredging in the future. This project, right now, we've submitted application to the necessary approval bodies, so Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Ministry of Natural Resources, Ministry of Environment, to seek approval for in-lake disposal. So we wouldn't be proposing at this point to create land or to truck the material to a disposal site on land. The other thing that's playing into this project, and right now there's a little bit of a hiatus with the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Conservation and Parks, and that is the surplus materials regulation. So anytime that there's surplus materials, and whether it's excavating a roadside ditch or digging a foundation, that's considered waste now. And it has to be taken to a licensed disposal facility. So that has an impact on this project. There's a hiatus right now with respect to implementation of that regulation when it comes to dredging projects, we believe, but we don't think that is going to be long-lived. So there is a benefit to undertake that work in 2023, just from a regulatory standpoint. Because if we don't, and that excess soils regulation comes into effect, chances are we may not be able to dispose of that material in lake, and we would actually end up having to take it to a licensed disposal facility on land, which would increase trucking costs. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Perrin. So what's the current, do we know the current height?
Yeah, the harbor was sounded in 2021. So we know what the elevations of that, of the bottom of the harbor is. And it's we have elevations every 25 meters. So we know where that is, and with respect to chart datum.
Sorry, and what is it? What's the current height? Where
It varies. As you can appreciate, it's not level with currents, but it is at the point now where we would be in contravention to the agreement that the municipality agreed to with the Conservation Authority for flood control.
Okay, so do we know what the past height was that they dredged it at? Was it 2015 that they dredged? Was the last time they dredged?
It was done in 2016, and it was it's all relative to chart datum. So chart datum is the water level, above the ocean, okay? And the depth of water varies with water levels. So water levels go up and down. So the depth of water varies based on weather conditions and time of season and annually. So for example, in 2018, the water level was far higher than what it is today. But the capacity of the creek to actually transport floodwaters is defined by the channel bottom, the elevation of the channel bottom, because the elevation of the seawall doesn't change. So the sedimentation on average has come up approximately 0.75 to a meter now in areas. Not all of the harbor was dredged in 2016 because the operation concentrated primarily on land-based dredging. There was some minor work off of a barge, but the majority of the dredging was done from land and then applied on land.
Okay, so from the time that they dredged in 2015 to now, it's come up almost a meter. Ish.
On average, yeah.
Okay. And do you know how much they dredged out?
Yeah, in 2016, there was 6,800 cubic meters approximately.
And are we dredging directly under the lift bridge where the bottleneck is?
At this point, we would dredge actually from the lift bridge south. The bottleneck at the lift bridge isn't because of the elevation of the creek bottom. It's because of the physical throat of the that's created in the channel from the abutments.
So we're not actually dredging under the lift bridge though?
No, that was done actually in 2019, just prior to the county undertaking the King George the Lift Bridge revitalization project.
Any consideration? And this is something that's going to obviously come before council with the delegation that's coming, is for funding for dredging north of the lift bridge.
Mr. Perrin, please.
To date, the reason for dredging is for flood control. Dredging upstream of the lift bridge will have no impact on flood control. And I can say that with the utmost certainty because in the fall of 2022, soundings were taken upstream of the lift bridge up to the Warren Street Bridge. And then those soundings were provided to True Consulting, which is a hydrogeological consultant engineer that did the work for the Kettle Creek Conservation Authority with the new floodplain mapping, and then took those soundings and then came up with and put that into their model, and then ran the model based on dredging 1.5 meters or a meter below what's existing there now. And the difference that would make on flood control is 100 millimeters, so 10 centimeters, 4 inches on the regional storm. And the regional storm for Kettle Creek is Hurricane Hazel. So it will have no impact on flood control, no positive impact. The only positive area that flooding would be reduced is in Lions Landing and the Canaggio Yacht Club up near the south end of it. And that's been derived by Mr. Pedranovic of True Engineering based on the model that they did that supported the change in the flood mapping for Kettle Creek.
If I may, Mr. Perrin, what's the number one reason for the dredging? It's not for the craft that are using it. It's got to do, what's the number one reason for dredging that part of the harbor?
For flood control. That is the reason. And that's, sorry to interrupt. And that is based on report and study by Riggs Engineering on behalf of the Kettle Creek Conservation Authority when they imposed that condition on the municipality.
So the majority is so that it's not for flooding. So at one point, we kept the harbor open for larger ships. That's not an issue now, but there's some certain level that we're keeping to ensure that water doesn't essentially spill over, I guess.
Yeah, that's correct. So even when Transport Canada owned the harbor, they dredged the harbor, but it was never viable as a commercial port. So again, I apologize for the history lesson, but I have the privilege of knowing this information, and council needs to be aware. So the issue with the Port Stanley Harbor for commercial traffic was with respect to the supporting infrastructure in and around the harbor. So even when Transport Canada owned it, it was never a viable commercial port because the pier walls are not deep enough to be able to allow the dredging to be done to a significant depth to support full commercial marine traffic. And that's why it was never viable. That's, ships that, lake vessels that entered and exited the port, they only did it and were able to take on half loads. So that was the reason that the federal government said this is no longer a viable commercial port, especially in light of the amount of dredging that had to be done. So thus, right now, the only reason to dredge is for flood control.
Thank you.
I thought I had it on, sorry. Wasn't necessarily for flood control, but to make sure that the 6 marinas that are along that area remain viable as tax-paying commodities. Since there is so much sediment, and they're finding that, for a sailboat that has a 5-foot keel, they've got 2 to 3 feet. They're not going to, they're struggling. The marinas are struggling because they can't afford to pay it out. I mean, looking at partnership or something with the marine, is it because they can't afford to dredge it all out on their own? Just wondering if there was any consideration of that, not necessarily for flood reasons, but to make sure that those businesses remain good tax-paying, viable companies.
Mr. Perrin.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be a level of service, consideration by council. This budget is drafted based on the existing levels of service and any commitments that the municipality has made, and dredging for the marina use would be outside of the existing levels of service that the municipality has. That's entirely council's prerogative if you wish to do that. I would also note that Kettle Creek upstream of the lift bridge is not owned by the municipality either. It's actually owned by, ironically enough, still Transport Canada. Somehow that never got transferred, and in light of the contamination at the George Street outlet, that's probably a good thing that we don't own that.
Deputy Mayor Noble, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Somebody said to me that the lake is on it has an ebb and flow over multiple seasons with the water level. So it's on a decline for the next however many years, is something that I don't have an understanding of it, but somebody said that to me. So if we dredge the harbor and then as the lake drops down lower and we end up with that not enough, like could we end up having to dredge it again sooner? Not because it's filled in, just because the water level for the lake is lower?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Noble. So it would depend on what council's determination of level of service would be. Right now, the municipality is obligated to dredge based on a level of service for flood control. You're exactly right in that, the water levels tend to go up and down. Even if they do go down and we dredge to that level that we're obligated to dredge to, and we would dredge below the level for flood control, there would still be enough water and draft for even a sailboat to come in and out, even during those times of cyclical low water levels that we see. So I don't know if that answers the question. I guess the answer would be, from a obligation standpoint to the Conservation Authority, no, you would not be required to take and dredge again or sooner. And from a navigation standpoint, we believe that you still have enough draft there for fish tugs, and realistically, the fish tugs don't take as much draft as the sailboats. So even for sailboats, they would be able to get in and out.
Councillor Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Perrin. North of the bridge is owned by Transport Canada, and it costs a lot to do dredging. So have we looked at, once we get the machinery in there to do this job, is there a way to get a grant from Transport Canada to maybe clear out some of the waters north of the lift bridge? Because it's a big job. And I just didn't know, could we save some money somehow going forward if we could get it all done at the same time? Mr. Mayor, did you meet with some important people lately, like maybe the Premier or something like that, did you, to have some money thrown at you to do some stuff down there? Thanks.
Councillor Watson, I did not. That's just a rumor, obviously. But I think Norm's point is, Councillor Watson's point to Mr. Perrin is that how would we increase, like if we're going to do it at this, below the bridge, is there a way we could incorporate something to the north? I realize that's not what this is about, but I think it's kind of, since the dredge is there, we've got some other areas. Am I paraphrasing a bit, Councillor Watson?
If that's a level of service that council wishes us to investigate, we're happy to do that. Whether or not there would be funding from the federal government. Sorry for being the pessimist in the room, but I tend to doubt that would be probably high on the federal government's list of priorities throughout Canada to dredge Kettle Creek for navigation, considering they still own a number of ports that they own that they're required to dredge for. But if council wishes us, we can make the inquiry.
Councillor Grant.
And just one last question through you, Mr. Mayor. When we're talking about the lake disposal and potential to have to truck it out, is there any viability to former Deputy Mayor Marks's inquiries about taking the soil that we're dredging out of there and using it to soft cap across from the railroad station in Port Stanley?
Please.
So I guess my comment would be, sometimes a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. So the intent, and I can tell you that council did not discuss this formally, but at one time, as part of the discussions that staff had with Mr. Riggs about trying to come up with an economical strategy to dredge the Port Stanley Harbor and do, we'll say, the big dredge this year, and then do the maintenance dredge, annually downstream of the lift bridge, is one possibility is to do that and have an area, a disposal site that's in close proximity to the actual dredge site. And the one thing that we kicked around was the Shamrock lands on the west side of Carlow Road. And we looked at those lands for a couple reasons. One, they were up for tax sale. They had to go through a process in order to go, through tax sale. But in the event that they weren't purchased through that process, that maybe that would be something for the municipality to consider. Because it does two things. One, it allows a close disposal site, and second, it it allows to cap a contaminated site. That being said, even with the dredge material, chances are it wouldn't completely tick the box for capping because of the nature of the dredge material. In order to cap the site, it would actually have to meet certain requirements of the Environmental Protection Act, specifically Table 1. So Table 1 type soils typically have to come from a mined source, a gravel pit. So when you look at East Headland, that was all capped with Table 1 lands. It was all sourced from a gravel pit, sand pit. It was tested prior to being put on site. And we had to, the federal government had to ensure that it was consistently meeting Table 1. The material coming out of the dredge disposal site just downstream of the lift bridge with the land-based dredging would not satisfy Table 1. We know that, but it would provide that physical barrier and then cap on top of that. And there would be some economics benefits to the municipality to be able to utilize a site like that.
Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Barron, is it more financially feasible to dump that dirt in the lake out of the harbor, or to have the opportunity to put it on that property?
Given the, well, for this project, it's more economically feasible to do in-lake disposal. And that's because of the quantity of material and the contractors that are in close proximity that can bid on the job and probably reduce our mobility costs for the contractor, which the municipality would benefit.
But it would require trucking.
This project that we're talking about, 4.5 million, would not require trucking if we get approval for in-lake disposal. Okay. Yeah, nope.
Councillor Graham, please.
To Mr. Perrin, through you, Mayor Sloan, it wouldn't qualify as Table 1 because why?
Sorry. So when we refer to table 1, Table 2, it's the actual chemistry of the soils. So, phosphorus levels, nitrate levels, metals. Table 1 is virtually as clean as you can get. And that's what's required when you cap land. The idea of capping contaminated sites is it eliminates 3 transport pathways. So in a mammal, whether it's an animal or it's a human, it's ingestion, it is absorption through the skin, or it's vapor. So the idea behind capping is you get rid of all of those potential transport pathways. Well, it's not Table 1. Well, and well, it's no secret that the Shamrock chemical site is contaminated, right? So that's what you would be trying to cap to eliminate those 3 transport pathways.
Thank you.
Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Sloan. Shamrock was purchased in the tax sales, though, at any rate, was it not?
That was recent? Please elaborate, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
so Shamrock was purchased through the tax sale process. There is another parcel of land that is immediately south of Shamrock, and that's the Ultramar property. It's owned by Valero, which is the parent company to Ultramar, and they are currently undertaking the phase 2 environmental work on that property. So staff intend to report back to council in the next month to get direction on how you wish us to proceed. That, would you like us to contact Valero to see where they sit? With that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Noble.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Perrin. It sounds like there's a window of opportunity to do the lake disposal, which would be financially beneficial for Central Elgin. How likely are we to have that window close? And how soon do we have to make a decision on this?
We would be in a position to go to tender if council gives direction within the next 3 weeks. And then close tenders and leave it open to the contractor that it could either be completed in 2023 or at the latest by fall of 2024. And that would give us probably the best competitive advantage to the two contractors that are just to the west down the lake, and the other two that are also able to bid on the project as well. So understand that it's a limited number of contractors, but they're international contractors. They go both sides of the lake, right? Across the Great Lakes. So it's a bit of a limited pool that we have to draw from, not like our other work.
Shall we move forward to the parks for capital spending, please? Capital budget.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, for parks, we have Greg Terry Park with a $400,000 contribution out of development charges. This is for a park at Eagle Ridge subdivision. This would be cost shared between the municipality and Central Elgin. Central Elgin's portion being $400,000.
Sorry, you said a share between the municipality and Central Elgin. Did you mean?
Oh, sorry. The municipality and Doug Terry Limited.
And what's the contribution, please, from Mr. Terry's group?
That is yet to be confirmed.
Thank you. And at the same area, which is Eagle Ridge, there's also a trail proposed. Is that correct?
Yes, in 2022, council committed $172,000 from DCs for the construction of a trail along the east boundary of Eagle Ridge subdivision. That also was cost shared between the municipality and Doug Terry Limited, cost sharing being 50-50. That trail has already been constructed with the intent to pay back Doug Terry Limited at $172,000.
And then just quickly, the Parks and Trails Master Plan.
Parks and Trails Master Plan, the last recreation master plan was done in 2014 and was good for a period of 6 years at that time. So the municipality is overdue on its recreation master plan. There was a trails master plan done in 2018, I believe. So the intent of this project would be to marry the recreation and the trails master plan together to look at connectivity as well as an update to the recreation master plan. And that is at a total cost of $125,000, $92,500 to be taken from the reserve fund and $32,500 from DCs. Okay, there's no questions. I'll move on to roads. So the first one is the Front Street stabilization and reconstruction. This one here is to stabilize the slope on the south side of Front Street with gravity bin walls and reconstruct the road and direct drainage away from the slope. The total estimated cost was $5 million, $2 million to be funded from the reserve fund, which was budgeted for in 2022 and directed to the reserve fund. $900,000 out of grants for a total budget impact in 2023 of $2,100,000. Next up, we've got the road resurfacing program. So the road resurfacing program encompasses hot mix paving, surface treatment, which is tar and chip, and gravel resurfacing, which we talked about previously at $1.531 million. 965,000 of which is taken from grants for a total tax levy hit of $566,478. The bridge and culvert rehabilitation program is at $489,900 to the tax levy. That is a contribution out of the tax levy to the bridge and culvert rehabilitation program as per the detailed asset management plan done in 2022. So the intent of this program is each year to contribute a certain amount, in 2023 being 489,000. That would be increased each year based on inflation, so that over 10 years, we would be able to take care of all the capital needs in our bridge and culvert program. Next, we have the East Road multi-use pathway at a total cost of $600,000 to be funded from DCs. This project would create a multi-use path on the west side of East Road from the water tower down to Little Creek Park. So it would create a separate pathway for pedestrians and cyclists off the roadway to make it safer for active transportation. The fleet replacement program, this is $575,000, all of which is taken from the equipment replacement reserve. And this would, just bringing it up here. So 300,000 of this would be to replace a single axle winter control unit. Three pickup trucks at 170,000, a new brush head for our existing arm mower for brushing, and a new sweeper unit that attaches to our front end loader at 80,000 for a total of 575,000. If there's no questions, move on to water. The first one up is Kettle Creek water main crossing. This one has been on the book, been identified for a number of years. Last year, this crossing that we are replacing went out of service. So replacing that crossing that's out of service will create redundancy in the Belmont water system. Right now, if the one single crossing that currently exists across Kettle Creek goes down, we're unable to feed water to the residents of Belmont or fill the water tower. So this would create redundancy. If one crossing goes down, we'd be able to bring the others. We'd be able to fill the tower through the other crossing. Next up, $900,000 for water meter replacement to be funded through grants. So the Central Elgin, in Central Elgin, we have water meters that are past their life expectancy. Down in Port Stanley, they're more than 20 years old. In Belmont, I think they're upwards of 30 years old. So what happens with these older mechanical meters, they start to slow down, and we don't register all the water through the residences as they slow down. So we could be losing as much as 5 to 10% of our revenue just strictly through these losses through the water meters. So once we're able, this would be a 2-year program, the first year being 900,000, and we would expect the second year, we would be expecting to propose it again in 2024 to finish it off. So that would include water meter replacements for all of Central Elgin.
Mr. Brooks, the grant is for one of the 900,000 installments or both?
Let me just see for 2024. 2024, we have shown 900,000 in grants as well. So they're both grant funded.
Okay, so the grants take care of that project in its entirety.
That's correct.
Thank you.
The one of the advantages of replacing these water meters is we may be able to reduce our contracted service in regards to water meter reading. There are different ways of reading these meters. One is to set up a centralized base station, which will read all the water meters from a centralized location, and they can read them at any interval that you specify. So they could read the meters every 6 hours if we wanted to. And that would help detect leaks in residents' homes. Every couple of years, a resident will get a major water leak where they've run through $10,000 worth of water in their house because they went away on vacation. The pipes froze. They came back home, noticed the pipes had frozen. This would help detect some of that.
So on that, I think the fire chief and I saw one on the 27th of December that I'm sure would have cost a fortune. Thank you for that. I had a call from a constituent who wanted to say that there was water coming out of a building, and the chief was good enough to meet me down there and I think take over at that point. On that, is there the new technology? So what we have right now is that little brown black thing. Does someone have to come by the house to do that? And the new, like in 2023 technology, you're essentially saying that they might not have to?
That's right. There are a couple options that we are going to explore. So like I said, there's a centralized unit that you can put up on, say, the water towers, which will directly read and send that information back to the office. Depending on what the cost of that is, that's something that we may want to phase in over a few years. The other option is to have a truck mounted reader. So in some of our rural water customers we have the ability to just drive by the house without getting out of the truck, and we can pick up a signal through a data collector that will automatically read those meters. So we won't have to go on foot door to door.
Thank you. And is this where I've heard that at one point, someone in the last council talked about there being a trail up there or something? Is this the same project?
Yeah, that's correct. So that wetland area would be open to the public. So that's where we want to create this separation between our infrastructure and the wetland area.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that concludes the detailed 2023 budget. And I'm not sure if you want to go through the 2024 or if there's appendices there that just support information and then project sheets on everything, or how council would like to proceed in regards to next steps.
Thank you, Mr. Shipway, and to Mr. Perrin, Mr. Brooks, the chief, and I have to put my glasses on. Sorry, I don't want to call you Archana. No. Well, thank you, Ms. Gupta. Thank you for this information. This has been sort of a schooling for us, an education, a learning opportunity. And there's been such a great amount of information that it gives us the opportunity to then talk about where the priorities of the new council are. We've got some questions to be asked. We've commented on, the opportunity for potential savings, and I think that we have concerns with respect to what happens with the economy in 2023 and 24. I have some questions. I'm not an auditor, but a few things for perhaps a meeting, our next meeting about the budget would be to have the finals for 2022. Perhaps some of the questions that have been raised that we could have answered. And I think that if I may, we all probably want to take some of this information that we've gotten and go home and take a look at it and be able to follow up either with you individually, if that's okay, or through Mr. Shipway, whatever the process is. Any comments or questions from the council? Councillor Bachman.
Yeah, I just personally, I want to thank the staff for providing this, to me, invaluable information. This was probably the best education I've received to date on the workings of Central Elgin, and being able to meet with you guys on a professional level at this point. Coming in with a 2.8 increase in our inflationary times actually was a commendable undertaking on your behalf too. So I want to say, from this draft proposal you've given us, I think that's a great working area to start from, and you guys should be congratulated.
Well, thank you, Councillor Bachman, and to everyone whose comments today I think are very relevant and very in different way, and sometimes different, but all going forward for the same reason, to find out more information and to get an understanding of this process that the seven of us are somewhat new to. And that's very kind of you to say, Councillor Bachman. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'd like a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Mayor,
Pardon me.
sorry. I would be happy to provide 2022 details, but we are in process of closing. So I wouldn't have the numbers until mid-February. That's when the audit starts. And then the billing kind of continues, like I would say the final numbers until end of March. So I can provide you end of November as of now, but I can provide you the total until the audit is commencing.
Okay, well, thank you.
I just
for
want
that.
to clarify, and set up the expectations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I'll take that under our advisement. Motion to adjourn, Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think actually one thing just before the confirmation bylaw is sort of direction on when you would like to meet next. We can absolutely get through all this stuff together, but when would council like to meet next on the budget?
Well, I think my suggestion was we look at the schedules offline, take an idea. We're going into Roma next week, sometime in February, if that suits. If we could have some opportunities from the people that are here when they're available, I think that would be a great time, Mr. Shipway. You're very good, Miss. Sorry, Ms. Wilson, thank you. I think we're going now for the bylaw. And we have bylaw 2754, confirmation bylaw. Could I get a mover? Councillor Halpin and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Noble.
Mayor Sloan, the motion reads, moved by Councillor Halpin, seconded by Deputy Mayor Noble, that bylaw 2754 be read a first and a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now I need another mover and seconder, please. Councillor Connors. Councillor Halpin, thank you.
Motion reads, Mayor Sloan, moved by Councillor Connors, seconded by Councillor Halpin, that bylaw 2754 be read a third time and finally passed.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now for a motion of adjournment. Councillor Bachman, thank you, and Councillor Halpin. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.